So good morning, everyone. It's 9 in the morning in Colombia, Lima, and Mexico, and everyone else in the same time zone in Latin America. In Europe, it's in the Central European Standard Time. It's more or less 4 p.m. Welcome, everyone who's joining us. Thank you for your punctuality. And I welcome you officially to the workshop. Smart cities means to mitigate the risk associated with climate change. Before we start, we would like you to know from what part of the world you're joining us. You can write that on the chat. Uh, I know it's weird. We come from different parts, but knowing where we come from can join us together. My name is Juliana Zapata. I'm a co-founder of Esfera Viva. Will be joining you, and on the other side will be Juliana Hess. So this event is organized by by Esfera Viva and Kisters Latam, which is an enterprise that is dedicated on education, and HighQuest, which is enterprise design on technological solutions for climate measuring tools. Today, we have the presence of Kisters Latin America. We thank you a lot for joining us here today. We also have a guest from INSO TV and Slack Latin America. And in this workshop, we will be answering questions like, what is a smart city? And how do you make planning for climate change? What are the solutions to create sustainable cities that have real quality of life and have proper use of resources? We bring this topic in this workshop because we're at a time where population in cities is exploding, and the demand for natural resources requires an effective use of resources and a way to guarantee the activities through time. On the other hand, the climate change pressure makes it important to know the different behavior of different variables, climate variables, to take into account for city planning. So this is how the event is going to work. There are three main groups. In the first block, we're going to have three presentations, and we will be joined by Lina Giraldo, Mariano Rea, and Estefania Tapias. After that, we will have a panel of experts where we will have the participation of people from the private and public sector and from the academic sector. And we will have a dialogue where you can share your questions. And in the last block, on the third block, we will have Felipe Quintero, who will be joining us from the United States, and three people from Kister, who are Peter Ward, John Griffiths, and John Byen. So I will ask everyone that to turn off your cameras so that we can have a more stable connection. And I will give the floor now to Lydia Giraldo, who will be joining us with the first presentation. So welcome, Lydia, and thank you for joining us. So thank you very much to everyone. This is a very important event, not just because of the topic that is very relevant on how we conceive smart cities, but also at this time during the pandemic, where the TICs and virtual media that generate that connection that allows us to connect. So smart cities, we're going to see it. I don't know if you can all see the screen. So Juliana, can you please confirm that you can see it? So this concept, the concept of smart cities comes from from the 90s, or arised on the 90s, on the decade of the 90s, Australia and as well as Malaysia, with the idea of developing urban projects, started to use the term for the first time, smart city, to describe the modernizing of cities with technological development. So we know that at this time where there's a breakthrough, there's the third industrial revolution comes, where communications technologies start to gain a lot of thrust, and it's very important to see. It's a time where it's very important how cities connect to the rest of the countries, and it's very important how that technology leads to economic development. In 2005, a movement arises as an initiative from the Clinton Foundation, where they ask Cisco to analyze how their services can contribute to the cities of the future. So that's how the concept of the city of the future starts being developed. So what's being taken into consideration in this at this point is seeing how connectivity and how communication starts to intertwine with urban development. And here is when an increment in showing how it's important to create cities that are efficient with the use of the resources, and where the communities can actively participate in development. And here is where the different axes of the smart city comes from. And they start showing what are those axes or those factors that define a smart city. So how is that city presented regarding the challenges of development, especially in terms of the development and the use of resources? And it's also on a framework of a population that is growing. So a smart city is a city where that we have to study what is the quality of life of the population that is living in that city, how the economy works, how is the economy being developed, how those economic factors that start arising during the third industrial revolution, which is the shared economy. And during that development, important factors start to occur, and we start seeing these unicorns of businesses that start to come up, and it starts giving a we start seeing new businesses starting to grow up, to come up, like all these important startups like Rappi, Uber, and so on, that start giving this shared economy option for the cities. And we see that there's a rise in the culture and education of the city, because we start seeing changes, and the administration from the government and the public administration, they start to develop changes towards those factors, towards people, towards communities. So mobility, we start seeing change in mobility in the cities, and we're starting to see that the question now is how to make mobility easier and more accessible for the population, and how can those mobilities be generated from the point of view of being more environmentally friendly and to generate a development. We try to generate a more green environment where we can share, or we have more green spaces that we can share. So the smart cities are those that allow the citizens to relate in a healthy way with the environment, where you have a labor opportunities, and it has a high quality of life with a good quality of the environment and having a social balance. And we start seeing during in that at that time that new movements start generating changes that can lead us to eco-friendly and biosustainable um, actions that don't just come from the businesses, but also from the civil population. So that's when the UN starts to develop those concepts around the smart cities, so that all the environmental issues are responded from the cities. And while conserving the capacity of adapting and learning and transforming. So the cities are growing, and they grow to the towards inwards and but also outwards. And when there's an urban development, it might not be the one that's more desirable, but it's important to address those challenges that arise from that growth of the city. So that's when, more or less 8 years ago, in between 2012 2013, where the IESE from the Navarra Business School, where they say we're going to start to generate sustainability indexes, so that we can start measure what's the growth around the world, and if they fit the criteria of smart city. And they started developing this index based on human capital, social cohesion, economy, uh, public administration, governance, environment, mobility and transportation, urban planning, and international communication and technology. So based on these dimensions and these factors, that even the IESE says it's 9 dimensions, because it's the public governance that bring them together, and they set it as 9 dimensions with certain indexes. And they bring a rating system that allows to to give a rating to the cities. And what they do is analyze, and what they do is, look, we include 5 new indicators uh, on 2020, and because of the pandemic, because the pandemic gives us a new challenge, which is the challenge of connectivity. It's saying the bandwidth, see how the population can connect, and how can people share and connect. And they measure how's the infrastructure, so that they can access this resource. So this challenge from the pandemic really starts rating the state of the technology and connectivity, as well as public health. And here is where governance has a very important role, to where uh, these indexes can rate the cities. So in previous years, in 2019 to 2018, other dimensions had a more fundamental roles, but because of the pandemic, this started to change. So cities like London, New York, Paris, Tokyo, Reykjavik, Copenhagen, Berlin, Amsterdam, Singapore, and Hong Kong, that show, or that are rated as the top 10 cities that are at the forefront of the smart cities. They give the examples of based on these indexes that they set. So, for example, London. London has a high rating in education, low criminality, has a good employment rate, has a good quality of life, good access to transportations, uh, and public services. So when you have those indexes, they rate really high. But in terms of, for example, environmental indicators, they might be rate lower. And second, we have New York, because it's characterized of having a good economy, having a good urban development that offers these commodities so that people can move around, can transport around, and it's really committed to reducing CO2 emissions. And they set a goal of reducing 80% of the greenhouse gases emissions for 2015. Another objective that they have is for 2030 is how to reduce, let's say in circular economy terms, how to reuse solid waste that are being that is produced in the city. Uh, and the third spot we have Paris, because it is a financial center and a touristic center. And these two characteristics from this city that they have developed really strongly uh, shows um, have other things that they have to work on, for example, in terms of transportation. And then we have other cities like Tokyo, who's in the fourth spot, Singapore, which is in the ninth spot, and Amsterdam, which is in the eighth spot. For example, Amsterdam has generated a very uh, big importance in generating a shared economy to joint with education to generate new entrepreneurs and new businesses. And they help a lot students and universities, so they generate niches in those places. So there are a lot of examples of businesses that come from Amsterdam that are examples around the world. And what's the state in Latin America? Here we have cities like Santiago de Chile, that is ranked the 68th place. Buenos Aires on the 90th place. Montevideo on the 110th. Panama is 113. San Jose de Costa Rica is 114. Bogota is in the 120th, and Medellin is in the 126th spot. Because we have to talk about the local situation. There are other cities. So between the 130 and 174th spots, we find cities like Mexico City, Asunción, Rio de Janeiro, Rosario, Brasilia, Córdoba, Quito, La Paz, Santa Cruz, Horizonte, Guayaquil, and Caracas, which we can see that is in the last place of this spot. But however, they are found within this ranking because it has important indexes. It's precisely because of the environmental situations. So, what are the challenges for the Latin American cities? We have important challenges, which is developing the technologies in our cities to generate a more balanced and stable social cohesion, as well as developing the tourism, not for ourselves, but not for tourism, but for ourselves as well. Uh, some of our strengths are the environmental part and transportation systems. We've seen that in Latin America, uh, we've been working on transportation systems that are shared. We have things like metros, the cable cars, and that are very important for the cities to appear in this ranking. So here we can see the IESE ranking. They have different graphs and different ratings, depending on the different countries and the populations that we can find in those places. This is just a summary of how different indicators work. Here we have, for example, a contrast between economy and environment, and it's as well linked to the number of to the number of inhabitants in the country. So I don't know if you can see, but the more blue uh, indicators we have here, Sarajevo, they are very low on economy, but as well as in the environment. We have La Coruña. Here we have it in a middle. level. Sorry, I jumped the slide. Here we have Geneva. We have New York here, which is that has more than 10 million inhabitants, same as Seoul, as Tokyo, that are rate really high in the rankings. Then just to show some examples in Latin America, we have here at a medium to low level, we have cities like Cali, Medellin, and other aspects are technology and social cohesion, which is one of the other indicators that cross in this analysis. And we have cities like Amsterdam's that are rated, that is rated between, that has between 1.5 and 2 million inhabitants. And we have we see it here. We have Berlin, we have London, Paris, San Diego, cities that you can see that are at the top of the ranking in terms of technology and social cohesion. And we have at the bottom, we can find Brasilia, Sao Paulo, Cali, Curitiba, Mexico City, at a low level, if you can say, in social cohesion, as well as low on the technology indicators. Another aspect is economy and international projection, how these two aspects play together. So we see that at an economy level, we can see that they're in a, we find cities at a low, on the lower end of the spectrum, Medellin and Murcia. We have something like Valencia, which would be on a middle level. But we can find, and again, cities that are rated really high, like New York, Paris, Miami, Chicago, Houston, Washington, Los Angeles, Tokyo. And those are cities that are going to always rate really high. And why is this important? It's important to have these indicators because the IESE has a calculator so that you can where you can introduce the data of the city, and you can contrast them and compare them on an international level. You can find them. It comes from the Navarra University. It's IESE ratings. They do this analysis and they say, look, it's really contradictory because in terms of the pandemic, to give ratings and rate cities, because during this time, because cities have been dormant for during this time, there hasn't really been any development. So we're going to see how this index and ratings start changing. So what is the only constant throughout this? It's the communication, the life quality, and the safety of the cities. So there are indexes that are always going to stay constant throughout on smart cities. Another part is the mobility and transportation. And we are always going to find certain variations, but all you can always see that the cities with the best connectivity and transportation and that are always going to rank higher are going to be the smart cities like New York, Paris, and London. They have always been rated really high. They always occupy the highest rankings. And we can see the variations depending on how each of the cities starts investing and working on the different dimensions so that they can access or can be qualified as smart cities. So this was just a brief introduction that we wanted to do so that we know and how we conceive what a smart city is, and to see how is it that the cities are being rated depending on the quality of the monitoring and the assessment of the indexes that we do on the cities. So how is it that we can really have smart cities, not only smart cities but happy cities? So thank you very much, Esfera Viva, and thank you, Kisters, for the invitation. So thank you very much, Lydia, for your time, for your presentation. Uh, we will have some, you can ask your questions through the chat, and we will take them into consideration so that we can answer them. So I remind you that we have people from all over the time, but before that, before we proceed, I would like to give some information. Maybe you've seen a little globe icon at the bottom of your screen. If you would like to, we have an interpretation system. They will be doing simultaneous translations of what we're presenting here today. So I invite you today that you can select the language of the event by clicking on that icon. We have people from Barichara, from people from Medellin, Rio Negro. We have people from Germany. We have people from Dominican Republic, from Mexico. Welcome. So we're going to continue with Mariano. He's going to tell us a little bit on his presentation. He's joining us from the National Water Institute in Buenos Aires. So welcome, Mariano. So
Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you perfectly well. Please let me know if you can share your screen. Perfect, we can see your screen. Okay, I'm going to start. Good morning to everyone who is here online. My name is Mariano Re. I work in the National Institute of Water in Argentina. I am part of the World Meteorological Organization, which is intergovernmental. Mariana, sorry to interrupt you. Please, you have to activate your Spanish channels because we are listening to you in both channels.
so my name is Mariano. I work with the Global Meteorologic Service. And I work with the different challenges that are being brought forward by the climate change.
What needs are arising? Well, there is a very fast process of world urbanization with a growth population that today is in about 60% of the population in cities with a projection of 66% in 2050. There are some numbers that are very interesting to have into account today. There are 34 mega cities with over 10 million of inhabitants in the world. There are 12,000 of metropolis cities that they have 40% or 60% of urban population in total. So there is a concentration process, and specifically in some areas like Asia or Africa, there is a fast process that we have to take into account, and we have to do it with services from meteorological and hydrological services. Here in Latin America, we have in a medium situation but continue growing. Why do we need to see this in detail, or how can we attend this situation? Well, we have to see each city and each particular characteristics in a holistic way and see what climate risk they are facing, or what extreme events occurred in those cities, and what key impacts occur in those places. So there is a register. The organization establishes a series of records from different problems that occur in different parts of the world, but each place has their particular situation that needs to be understood to think about the services. So, for example, risk that each city has, interconnectivity, transportation, among others. So every country has its particular situation, and each threat or each risk needs to have or has its particular situation or domino effect. So we need to understand that domino effect of events when a meteorological event occurs. For example, here we have an example of a typhoon, or it could be a hurricane for Latin America, that states that the event for by itself, the threats that this event brought are the blue ones, for example, high waves, the immediate impact that you can see in green, floodings, for example, and the effects that those impacts could have. And they could be very diverse. So, for example, the closing of a road or traffic, or electrocution of people, and many others. So we have to break down that chain and that domino effect, allow us to think better as a city and see what services are needed. And there is where the integrated services come, and they have a very specific objective, which is to aim the objective of sustainable development number 11, which is the sustainable development of cities, focused mainly on cities, and pointing that into two points of view, which is the resilience point of view, providing alert systems for multi-threats in time, climate, water, and air quality in a urban scale, but also providing sustainability, providing in terms of the climate aspect, allowing the planning to look in the long term. So in those two frames, this idea of integrated services can fit. And definitely our meteorological services related to water, climate, or air quality that allows to support the make of the decision, or services that already exist, or other services that are not integrated with traditional services of meteorological services or hydrological services. These services are provided by the national organizations from each country. Each country has their national organizations to do this type of task. And also the integration of that services, it's what the national services does is integrated with other management areas within the different cities. And that is what make it more integral. As I was mentioning, the WMO has been working on this for over 5 years, since 2015, approximately. In 2018 and 2019, the WMO presented two guides about integrated urban services, in where in one side it analyzed the conceptual situation about this analysis or this way of work, but in the other hand made a compendium of 27 cities demonstrating this from Latino America. In Latin America, there are three cities, which are Sao Paulo, Santiago de Chile, and Mexico, Mexico City. And from all that analysis, it show up that some statistics, like you can see in this here, in this slide here, what are the threats that on one side that this 27 city has, and the country that are part of the WMO are also here available to see. And you can see the different critical situation for the different cities, and also for all the members, country members that are part of the WMO. But there are some differences, and those differences are related with the particularities of each region or of each city. And in this gamma of threats is where we have to work. Definitely, the services, hydrological and meteorological national services, were thought and were managed for over 100 years to do and approach different aspects related to hydrological aspects or meteorological, climate change. And those services have a infrastructure where they develop their infrastructure, and those services communicate to the management and the population and the authorities of each city their work. There are key actors like energy providers, among others. So that is the context of the National Hydrological and Meteorological Services. This is a task or a job that has been going for years. So the new look goes to or aims to integrate all these that already exist,
Maya,
all
please don't
these
do this.
methodologies that already exist, and integrate
Can't,
them.
can't, sweetheart, can't.
How are they integrated, or how we start to generate these links with the information from these services? Well, the components appear, the services appear. First, in order to integrate a service, we need to identify a need, and it's identified by an event, a key event that determines the need to approach or aim a certain situation. Or maybe it could be an integral outlook of the cities. So it could be, for example, in Olympic cities, or they can host a very important event. So there is where the need to integrate services arise. Those services start to be think in starting by the need and the problem, and then we see how can we take the approach, modeling, making predictions, generating database, and that It starts with the generation of application and methodologies to make decisions and ways to communicate. Those last three aspects is the exchange of the service, the way to share and evaluate the service. Of course, this service needs to be in constant evaluation to improve its efficiency in terms of the information that is provided, the way the decisions are taken. It needs to be supported by specific research and development in terms or related to those terms and the development of capabilities for those topics. The topics, as I already mentioned, are related to time, climate, hydrology, and life and air quality. So this integration of the services, what does it bring? How should it be doing in order for it to be useful and bring benefits? It is thought that these benefits need to be useful and useful, it means that it needs to be useful for someone who can use it and that can be used and evaluate, and starting from there it can have a feedback to continuous improving those services. What do they provide? They provide resilience to the cities through these early alert systems, which are multi-threats. That is a very important key to understand. Also provide sustainability to cities, providing information in terms of creating the cities in the long term, and also take into account the growth population and the structure in the future of these cities, capabilities and attitudes, capabilities to do something and be able also to do something, generate human resources, infrastructure that allow not only to develop this type of services, but also to continue studying and improving this type of services as well. To efficient, make the infrastructure more efficient. For example, when we integrate or we mix some services, maybe use computational resources from other areas, use infrastructure from other services. That exchange of infrastructure allows to make the investment in a more efficient way, improve the use among others. On the other hand, another aspect that shows or comes as a beneficial part is to be consistent in the efficiency, integrating the different needs that a society or a city has. For example, there are some scales that are measured in different ways in a different city. So it's a way to integrate the different ways, makes this a more consistent way to do this. On the other hand, it makes the services more effective while they are being associated with other partners and communicating as well. The associations and strategies of associations and communication make these services that could be very well diagrammed, but if they do not reach the user and in a correct way, then they are not effective. So this is the idea of benefits. From this analysis that the WMO made, there are some axes where below in the inferior part, you can see an increase in the integration of the service. A service that is around here, it's only about information and data, and around here, it's data analysis projection. It's way better, and the improvement is the service has been improved. And in this side are services only related to time, climate, and water and environment. And in the right side are services that provide information but are also related with other activities from the cities, with the authorities from the cities, with other resources from the cities. And this part is where we want to find all of the cities in urban planning and generation of early warning system, among others. But this is something that we have to take into account starting now and see what are the integration ways and agreements of the product that are generated by these services. In this way, it could be wider its use. To think about the needs, which is the entrance of the problem, and it's the way that everything starts to be detected and the links are started to be built and the answers come today. There, if any of you are part of these communities, are you a stakeholders from the cities or the communities of users, or you are part of a local, national, or international level of the process of making decisions in the cities, this is a conglomerate of actors that is very wide, but you can take a series of needs in order to analyze the services that are provided. In this link, urban stakeholders mapping, this is a survey that is being carried out at a world level, and I highly invite you to participate if you can be part of any of these actors. And here we are gathering information about urban services related to time, climate, and water. And this has been something developed this year. This is a big detector from these where we can find the needs and the links. Just to mention some examples about hydrological and meteorological services, these are two areas that were mentioned in the previous presentation. Meteo France is developing this job in France, and they are concerned by the heat wave. And they detected or they observed a difference of 10 centigrades between the center of the city and the outside part of the city. And you can see here the spatial scale, and this is a very important gradient that needs to be addressed. Meteo France has been working with this very hard, and they have been thinking and working in an integrated way in the adaptation of Paris in the climate change. Here we can see a little bit the network, the conceptual network they are using. It's a planning situation. And I am interested here to follow a line, which is the vinculation of the demographic population and human comfort. And what happens with the air conditioning? That's something that we have been working. It's a very specific case, and it's a way to show a very important exercise that Meteo France has been doing. In 2013, they made a very important and interesting study in terms of the use of air conditioning in Paris. And they found out that the urban island with and without the use of air condition, it's very different. And there is an elevation of 2 centigrades in the heat, in the wave of heat, and needs to be addressed. So it is said that the AC is going to continue be used, and it has this problem to increase the heat, and it has an impact on the people that do not use the air conditioning. So we have to address this topic. Mariano, you have 2 minutes left. And we have been working very hard, or they have been working really hard in the renovation of buildings, other practices with the health system, and also measuring different aspects. So they address this topic about the problems and how they can be integrated and together talking about the same topic. It allows them to reach a better solution. Another example that I had is about Hong Kong. And let me show you very fast what aspect or what associations the Hong Kong Observatory does, which is the meteorological service from Hong Kong, and they link meteorological and climate and hydrological services with health, water provision, agriculture, in terms to the cities and other actors that think about hydrological service. So this is something that we need to open that view, add actors and voices. And the conclusions of these that I came here to propose is we know that the cities are focus of people, risk, and integrated urban services connect the different needs and challenges that the different cities have, returning that it is important to integrate the urban actors in all their scales and generate capabilities with them, co-producing them in order to produce the services. The WMO has already established some guidelines, and we have to think that human services will require observation, a very dense network red. Oh, sorry, I lost his audio. Yeah, sorry for the microphone. Integrated urban services need systems of early warning and climate services to think in the long term. So there is where everything is going. And that is the message I wanted to leave from the study group from WMO and the Services Commission from World Meteorological Organization. I wanted to thank the opportunity to share this today with you all. Thank you. Mariano, thank you very much for your time and for the very interesting presentation. I apologize because in the beginning, I didn't introduce Lida and Mariano, but Mariano will join us in the panel of expert. I'm going to say a few words about Lida and Mariano. Lida, who gave the first presentation, is a specialist in environmental engineer and also she is currently a partner and CEO of Esfera Viva. Mariano is civil engineer and magister in environmental sciences, researcher of Water National Institute, and professor of engineer faculty of Buenos Aires University. And as he mentioned, he is member of the study group on integrated urban services from the WMO. So I invite you to leave your questions for Mariano and Lida there in the chat, and then we can answer them at the end of the first blog. Once again, Mariano, thank you. And now I hand the floor to Estefania Tapias. I'm going to say something very brief, very short. Estefania, she's a consultant. Uh, Author and conference speaker in terms to in topics about smart cities. She received her doctor degree in ETH Zurich, and she worked for 7 years as a researcher and professor in the same university and also in Singapore. She developed the first massive online open courses called Future Cities, and she's currently working as a consultant in One Point Paris City for the Smart Cities area. So, Estefania, I hand you the floor, and thank you very much for being here today with us. Thank you very much. Please let me know if you are able to see my presentation. Yes, we can see it. Yes, and we can see you too as well. Well, good afternoon to everyone from Paris. This is the first time that I'm going to do a Spanish presentation, so I hope I don't get too confused with the terminologies. Today, I want to talk to you specifically. We have already heard about the ideas of smart cities and how the climate and the way and also terms related to sustainability. But with my presentation, I also want to address the idea of going a little bit back and understand why is all this important and where are we heading and why is right now the moment to change the terminology smart cities and think how can we evolve this topic and transform it? As I already mentioned before, we have to go a little bit back and make a reflection how we take or why do we research about these areas? Why smart cities? Why do we worry about these areas of interest? And if we go back, it is because we want to provide a better life quality to the citizens in coherence with the environment and with the systems that the cities have. So that is the beginning, that is the idea. The cities around the world, what they want to accomplish is a better quality of life for their citizens, connected with the environmental area and the urban areas as well. We also have to understand that the cities are complex systems, that it is not so easy to say from one day to another to put more parks and have the citizens going in their bicycles and make them more happy. It is a more complex situation because the cities are a result of a non-linear integration between the infrastructure and the societies, and we have to cover with a systematic mentality. And in order to approach all the different systems and address all the problematics at the same time and not do it individually. Having said that, we can also analyze how we started or why we started with the idea of urban planning and what the actors and the different actors from the cities want to accomplish. And for those who are not familiar with the terms, the idea here is to plan, manage different activities and decisions and representatives in the cities to be able to accomplish a better, not only quality of life, but also a better use of the resources through technical and political processes. Traditionally, urban planning has been guided in terms of top-down terminology. That means that is leader or managed by the public sector, by the public agents, and it has been like that. Many times we have talked about urban participation, and for so many years, maybe over 20 years, we have been able to achieve a participation of urban participation. But today, due to the innovation and the technology, we have been able to move forward towards urban participation. And thanks to all these technologies, we are able to accomplish a better collection of the knowledge, in order to have the knowledge to know how to develop the cities in different ways, in order to have a more resilient and sustainable cities, and also develop different tools and methods to according to the different needs of the citizens. The the idea, as we have seen before, the idea to have the smart cities, to be able to construct inclusive, safety, resilient, sustainable cities. This is a definition that the World Bank has given, but taking this into account, we have to ask ourselves, why is this important? Why around the world all the cities want to accomplish this objective? And mainly, and as it was mentioned before, and I'm not going to repeat that again, it is because for some years now, the majority of the world population live in cities nowadays. So this has increased and will continue increasing in the future. So we have to take into account that the cities needs to transform and adapt themselves in order to offer a better life quality, not only to the citizens that are there today, but also to the increase of the population that's going to be present in the future. The cities need to take into account not only the increase of urban population, but also all the different problems that are emerging from this phenomenon. As I already mentioned, when there is a higher urban population, the urbanization also increases, and the climate problems increase, the social part increases, insecurity, among others.
So this is why it's very important to reach a systematic solution that takes into consideration all these different aspects. And there are also some key aspects that the different cities have to think about in terms of transformation and sustainable development, such as economic transition, urban transformation, how to face the different climate challenges. And all these are different issues that if you approach them individually, it's very likely that different problems will arise in the future. So it depends on how the city approaches this in a different these different topics from an integrated point of view. And now we can start talking about how the different problems that arise and the technology advances, we can reach the concept of smart city, which, as was said before, was started during the decade of the 90s. And just to know a little bit about the definition of this, as it had been said before, it's how to improve the quality of life through the decisions made based on new technologies and the processing and gathering of data, and how to improve not just the functionality of the city, but also to organize a little bit more the participation of the population in the city. But nowadays, aren't that many stakeholders or many institutions are wondering if the Mac Cities technologies is the best to describe what we want, because we've been forgetting a little bit on the environmental and social aspects of the city, and they focused more on technology and innovation and how to gather data and gather information and to extract and to different technologies from that data. and we're forgetting that all these efforts are to improve the quality of life of the inhabitants and how to make a sustainable connections between the environment and the city. So that's why the this aspect has been changing through time. So right now I'm talking from a perspective, from a stance that is a concept that we developed when I was in ETH in Zurich in the Future Cities Lab, where we started to develop the idea and we started to change the concept of smart city to receptive cities. Um, but it's a concept that addresses how the city answers to the needs of the environment and the human being needs of the human being, and not and is not focused entirely on the technology development. That means that all the technology that we've developed is being put to use for the better of the inhabitants and the environment of the city. So it's not just developing technology for the sake of optimizing processes. So this is when we start talking about receptive cities, about this concept where the inhabitants start to have an impact on the development processes, and they have an active role, and they're not just agents working for gathering of the data. They become more active. They help developing the technologies, and the technologies don't have a bias. They don't have any issues regarding inclusion. So that means that we can include the different sectors of the population. So on towards that responsive cities goal, when I was working in the lab, in the Future Cities Lab that was set between Zurich and Singapore, we developed different projects to investigate, to research this concept, where we develop different platforms, online platforms, where we ask the population not just information on the different cities, but also that would help us solve different issues surrounding the city. And all of this came from the first massive open online course that we did, which was an urban development course that addressed topics of urban planning and future cities. And what we did with this course that started on 2014 was that we didn't want to just use the course to get information or to give information on the different research projects that we had going on, but we wanted to include different citizens, different inhabitants from different cities to give their input on this project and to help us develop these projects. So the idea was, as I said before, was to have a complete series of massive online courses where we had a series of courses that addressed different topics, and we developed different platforms that included all the different actors and had an impact on those platforms. And that series had 4 different topics. The first one was future cities. The second was livable cities that address the quality of life in the cities. The next one was smart cities. And the last one was the responsive cities. So we did all that to reach this goal of responsive cities, where we could talk about on the principles on why it was important to develop responsive cities and see where we were heading, or see where we are heading. So on 2019, we managed to have a lot of people from different parts of the world. So the impact, it had a very high impact. This is not the last figure that we have. We had a higher number of people from, we had a very diverse demography from different countries and different parts of the world. So we had people participating from all over the world, and it was very interesting because we managed to get information not just from a single culture, not just from Europe or Switzerland or Singapore, but all around the world, which was very interesting. And to give you an idea of the different platforms that we develop, this one, for example, was a platform that where we asked people to take pictures of their cities from different perspectives of the city, and they would tell us how they felt in that different spaces, and if they thought that they have a high quality of life or not, and why. That was the first experiment that we did. It was very simple. Then in the next iteration, we started asking people more to tell us more what were the definitions, their own definitions of quality of life in the different cities. And what we found was very interesting, and is that the quality of life in different parts of the world is very different. So for instance, in North America, quality of life was having culture, safety, job opportunities. In Central and South America, the most important thing was safety, then job opportunities, and culture at last. In Asia was political stability, then culture, and then economy. In Northern Africa was first housing, then transportation, and then infrastructure. And in Europe, first we have safety, then job opportunities, and last was infrastructure. So we see how in different parts of the world, people have different notions of what is quality of life. That is very helpful or useful when you develop methods and tools for the cities. What are the priorities of the people, and what are the priorities of the city in terms of development? When we talked about smart cities, when we did those courses, we also wanted to gather data on climate change as well, and uh, climate quality, pollution, the state of the pollution in the city, those sort of things. And what we did was gathered, as again, data from all around the world, and we asked again people to give us a rank on a range from 1 to 10, how comfortable they felt in terms of climate and temperature, and on the other hand, to give us the exact number that the thermometer was showing them at that moment. So it was very interesting because we did a correlation between the thermal comfort of people with the data gathering systems. So here I'll show a video that shows a little bit how it worked. I'm going to fast forward through it. So here people added or input the temperature, and then they reach a second stage where they saw all the different points around the world where people did the same exercise, and they could compare what was the meaning and what were the different data uh, in different parts of the world using the same question. So then we developed another platform that wanted to, where we gave an urban problem to people and they had to solve it, not just writing or giving information, but they themselves had to do a design. They have to design. It was a 3D platform where people could move buildings, blocks, and they find different solutions, and they could see what other people had done in different parts of the world. And they could read the different descriptions of each solution. And at the same time, they could vote, because in a part of the platform, they could vote in the different options, which one was the one that they thought was the most adequate for the solution. And the last stage, when we addressed the responsive cities topic. So using all these different platforms that we had previously done, we tried to focus them on something more specific, and we start doing different iterations where we added more aspects. And this is the last one. I think that today we have one that is more advanced. So this is the information that we have from 2018, and here the platform gave us a lot more information. Every block, every building had more information, had more data, had different descriptions of what they meant. And at the end, in the end, it was the same. You could just see the different solutions from the different people, and you could vote and discuss the different solutions. And after all of this, after all the results, all the data that we gathered, was that we developed a concept that is called citizen design science, that arise from the citizen science, which was a concept that was used in science to say that there is a group of scientists that need help so that different people can help them. So what they do is that they teach people how the scientific process works, and the scientists ask these people to gather data or to classify different concepts. So, for examples in astronomy, how to classify different galaxies, and they teach how to do these classifications, how to do these concepts. So we wanted to have this same thing, but applied to an urban environment. So in that way, what we did was reach a participation point. We connected with the online concept, and that's how we were able to connect citizen science with cities. And then we did a model where we connected with design, and in the end we were able to connect participation, design, and online, and that became the citizens design sign. And it's that concept is just basically connecting those three concepts, where we use that scientific process and we ask people to help that the science process, not just to gather data, but to for them to become active in this process. So people stop being just agents that gather data, but they become active agents where they participate, they help reach the different solutions from, and it becomes a more intuitive process and more advanced process. So all of these different concepts and methodologies that we learned in these 4 years was we became the final result was a book which is for free. You can access to it for free. It's called City in Your Hands. We put everything that we learn, all the concept of receptive cities, all the information, you can find it here. It's something that is very important, and it was new at the time, but right now it's that topic has exploded, and it has developed, and we have gone beyond the smart cities concepts, and we start developing a new concept where technology is not only used, but it centers the humans in and the environment. They put it at the center of the urban development without putting technologies at the center. Is the human and the environment is at the center of the topic. So this is everything on my side. I think if you have the questions are being gathered in the chat. So I'm going to call Daniela. so that she can share the screen so that Stefania can show us some of the questions. Yeah, there are some questions that the team wants to do here. The team wants to ask the audience, so just to know if you were paying attention. So I'm going to give a brief explanation of this, and then I'll give the floor back to Stefania. So from your cell phones, you can scan this QR code, and this will take you to a Menti link. If you don't have a QR scanner, you can, in your computers, type www.menti.com, and they will ask you for a code, and it's the code that you'll find at the bottom of the screen, which is 13091364. We will give you 30 seconds so that you can uh, connect to this link. And Stefania is going to do a brief quiz. She's going to quiz you on the presentation. So on the chat, you will find the web page, the website, and the code again to access is 13091364. So the idea is that Stefania is going to ask some questions. You can read them. And when Daniela tells you to vote, you can vote for the different options, A, B, or C. There are multiple choice questions so that you're paying attention. So Stefania, you have the floor again. And Daniela can go to the slides. So yeah, this is my first time in Menti, so please be patient. Yes, sorry to interrupt. We're having uh, issues scanning the code. We also try to access the website, and we log in with the code, but nothing is happening. I don't know if you. Oh yeah, some people are saying that the QR code is not working. The code is not working. What you can do is please access the website www.menti.com, and the code, it's also in the chat, 13091364. So please access, and you will generate a code. After that, it looks as if nothing happens. If you wait a few seconds, you will see the questions. So thank you, Laura, just for the confirmation. So yeah, we have to wait a bit because we haven't started it. So if you access and nothing happens, just be patient. So yeah, Stefania, now you can start. Okay. So why are the cities considered as a complex system? So if you want, you can read the options so that everyone has their answers in their head, and when you finish reading the options, then everyone can answer. So why are cities considered complex systems? A, because they cover vast geographical areas. B, because they are collections of diverse buildings. C, they're responsible for 2/3 of total consumption. Between 80 and 60% of greenhouse gases emissions come from there. And D, because they evolve through in non-linear interactions between infrastructural components and socials. I know that this is a little complex. This is a very complex question, but But yeah. So are the people participating in English? Uh, so I can the people in is, do we have the option to share the questions and the answers in English? Yeah, if you allow me to share my screen, but no, no, it's impossible because we cannot have a split screen sharing. What we can do is we can copy them in the chat. So the people who are desperate for answering, just be patient, please. We're still not in the voting section. We're going to send the questions and the answers in the chat in English. So give me a second because I have to it's important that I don't share the answer when I share the options. So well, the objective of the questions is to do a quiz to see if you really learn. It's just to generate a little interaction because this is a workshop, it's not just a webinar. The idea is to generate knowledge that will stay with you. So yeah, I cannot copy them in the chat. I'm going to just quickly share it here. So what we can do is we're just going to read the questions really. Oh yeah, I can share it in the chat. So yeah, I you can find the first question in English in the chat. So remember, just for to everyone in the English channel, the different you have the different options in the chat, and the first one is A, the second one is B, the third one is C, and the last one is D. So we can proceed. Yeah, and we're not going to do the voting in the chat. So now, Danny, you can change the slide, and now you can vote in the web page, in the website. Now you can all answer. If you have any issues, you can write them in the chat. So the answer, remember, write or choose your answer in Menti's website. Well, yeah, this was the more complex question. I hope the next ones are easier. So the next question is, which of these describe the concept of receptive city? So a city in which the citizens have an influence in the governance processes in real time and can cooperate with the government of the city. B, a city that integrates technology and the communication of the Internet of Things. There's C, it is a big human settling that has broad housing, transportation, and public service systems. And D, a city that is designed to have a low environmental impact. So now you can find the question in the chat in English and the options. So now you can vote in the web page, in the website. So this is also a quiz for me to see if I was able to share the knowledge in a right manner, if I was able to communicate adequately. Okay, great. The next question is, what is the main goal of a receptive city? A, to reduce the number of necessary energetic sources. B, to include citizens in the planning, design, and administration processes of their cities. C, to use the technologies of information to improve the efficiency of the services. D, to create a lasting uh, way of life, having into taking into consideration for topics which are ecology, economy, politics, and culture. You can see now the question and the options in English in the chat room. Okay. So I think, or well, I think that unfortunately we're running out of time, so we have to proceed with the next block because we're running out of time. So, Stefania, don't worry, you'll stay here because we will continue with the panel of experts. But we saw very good results from the quiz. So we're going to, here in the chat, we have some questions. Mariano answered the first one from the chat. Someone asked if we can have the list of the cities that are being part of this research. And Mariano share a link where you can know from these results. So, yeah,
I think this question is for Mariano because it appeared in his presentation. And then Denise Evelyn is asking, taking into account the measurement focus of the smart cities, this has evolved. And now what is looked is to evaluate the prosperity in the cities within a more integral way, starting with governance, productivity, social inclusion, and other factors. Estefania can also ask that. But what methodologies or measurement tools can you recommend to measure the prosperity? Olida, if you also have the question, you can go ahead as well. Stephanie, I don't know if I understood well. What tools can we use to measure life quality? Is what tools or methodologies exist to measure in general how the governance, productivity, social inclusion is right now? What tools to measure all those variables? I think that depends on the city. Different cities use different methodologies. And for example, today, as I already mentioned before, cities are starting to develop all these topics about social inclusion related to the different technologies. But in terms of that, they have also developed platforms and where they could have feedback from different projects that they have performed, but that depends a lot on the cities and the technologies they are using. Until I know there is not something that can be generalized. There is not a tool to be generalized all this information. I don't know if another panelist will have another answer. Yes, to complement what Estefania is saying, I think this question is very important, and that is true. There is not a finished methodology. Each city could generate their own indicators, taking as a reference the best city that at that moment is performing at that time their governance, their social inclusion, and safety aspects in order to know, for example, with those references, which one is the best that can be adapted in the methodology of the indicator for the specific city. We cannot compare Tokyo, for example, with Medellin or with Cali. We have to have references from the different best cities that at that moment are doing at that precise moment research processes to gather that methodology with those indicators. The most important thing is that we always need to have a baseline. We have to start having references and numbers always. If we don't have the numbers, we cannot compare or know. If we have the numbers, it is easier to have another methodology that can show us a standard deviation that we might have regarding to specific events that are not considered or were not considered previously. I think that with that, we can provide an answer for you, but definitely there is not something unique. Perfect. I have another question here, and is what was the answer for the last question? And if the answer was letter B, the recording will be uploaded, will stay in YouTube so you can watch it as many times as you want, so don't worry about that. We didn't reply the last question we sent because we are running out of time and stay with the times from the program. That's why we didn't answer the last question. What else can I say? Okay, perfect. So now we are going to, sorry, last question for Stefania that she can answer very fast before going to the panel of experts. You talk about the platform in which people were able to have all these interactions, changes, and constructions. Someone is asking, where can they access? Where is this platform or the exercise that you created? The platforms that were developed were more for inside a research parameter, and in the moment we had the mock courses open, that was until 2019, but sadly the courses were archived, and that is why we released this book to explain everything what we did. The platforms are still live, but today people cannot provide more information. They are more for specific projects, so it is being used by different aspects of research or other things. But something that I do know is that today these were platforms that were developed many years ago. I know that nowadays the cities, and now that I work as a consultant and I work with different cities, there are different cities that are developing platforms that are very similar. and they're very interesting to give it a look and research. So you can look in your cities and your countries if the city has launched a project similar to it, to this one. Usually the projects start with a pilot, but you can research and sometimes you can participate as the first group, who uses this type of platforms. But that's what I can tell you right now. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I apologize. I keep receiving comments for not having allow you to answer the last question. I apologize once again. But sadly, we have to move on. There is another question, but I'm going to leave it for the panel of experts. So now I'm going to invite Juliana Hess, who is going to be our moderator for today's panel. I invite Mariana, Estefania, please stay here. I welcome Jose Ignacio Selles from Chile and Tomas from Kisses Latam. So welcome everyone. Please let me know if Maria Fernanda Ortega from Antioquia is here. If not, we can move forward. Juliana and panelists, please welcome.
Thank you, Juliana. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the workshop on smart cities, means to mitigate risks associated with climate risk. I am Juliana Hess. I'm a strategy and corporate sustainability consultant and also an advisor with Met Community based in Washington, D.C. It is such a pleasure and an honor to be here today with such an incredible group of panelists discussing such a critical topic. We find ourselves at a crossroads with respect to the health of our planet. And I can't think of a better way to push forward than working together and charging together to change hearts and minds. And that starts with dialogue and education, and that's why we're here. I will start with a brief introduction of the panelists. I'll start with Estefania Tapias. I believe you've met her, some of you have met her in the previous panel. Stephanie is a senior consultant at One Point in Paris. She focuses on smart cities and places. She's an author and speaker on topics related to smart cities and sustainable cities. She obtained her PhD from ETH Zurich, where she also worked as a researcher and a lecturer. She also worked in Singapore at the Future Cities Laboratory. She's co-developed the first series of massive online courses entitled Future Cities, and she's a 2018 Forbes 30 Under 30 member. And in both 2018 and 2019, she was included in the top 100 digital shapers list in Switzerland. Next, we have Mariano Rey from the Hydraulic Laboratory of the National Water Institute in Argentina, where he's a research engineer and deputy manager of the Hydraulics Laboratory. Mariano is an expert for the World Meteorological Organization, president of the Third Regional Association Working Group on Climate, a member of the Hydrology and Water Resources Working Group, and an academic. He's a professor at the School of Engineering of the University of Buenos Aires, where he teaches urban flood management, statuary dynamics, and coastal issues. We also have Camilo Jaramillo Cardona from the Institute of Environmental Hydraulics at the University of Cambria in Spain, where he's a researcher in the Coastal Engineering and Management Group. His main area of interest is related to the study of coastal morphodynamics, coastal management, and analysis of the effects of climate change on coastal areas. He's a civil engineer from the EIA University in Colombia and has a master's degree on coastal and port engineering and a PhD on coastal engineering from University of Cambria. We're also joined by Maria Fernanda Ortega, environmental engineer from the Environmental Agency in Antioquia, Colombia, where she specializes in project management. Jose Ignacio Tejes joins us. He's an advisor to the Climate Change Office of the Chilean Secretary of Environment, where he focuses on the framework of the European Union cooperation for the COP25 presidency. He's an architect by training from the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile and holds a master's degree in sustainable urbanism from the Bartlett School of Planning in London. His professional experience includes collective housing development, urban design, and sustainable urban planning. And last but not least, we have Thomas Stepke from Kisters Latin America. He's based in Colombia. He's an electrical engineer with 20 years of experience in the environmental sector in various management positions in instrumentation companies in Germany, Spain, the United States, and Latin America. He has extensive experience in the development of hydrometeorological systems at a global level. He's currently the general manager of Kisters Latin America. And like I said, he's based in Bogota, Colombia. So welcome everybody. Let's get started. I'm going to start with a question for Estefania, Mariano, and Camilo. What are the challenges the Latin American cities must successfully address concerning climate change? From your perspective, what should they do? How should they prepare to take on these challenges? Stefania, is she here? Or Mariano? Okay, Stefania, go ahead.
I just want to ask something. Can I answer this question in English, or do I need to? Because I was I'm asking the technical people. I don't know.
Yes, go ahead.
I think they do it.
Yeah, you can answer
okay.
in English. Yeah.
Yeah, because I started hearing in English, so that's why.
Estefania, can you hear me?
Yes. So
please,
I can.
Yes, but go to the English channel.
Yeah, I'm in the English channel.
Okay.
That's why. Okay, great. I mean, I'm not very specialized in Latin American countries at the moment, but I think it's the same everywhere around. I think one of the biggest problems that we will have, in my opinion, is the climate immigration that we will have in the future because of climate change, and I think that's going to affect cities immensely. Because we've been seeing that there's more and more people that are moving into cities, and then the cities are growing and urbanization and so on. But the moment that climate change really becomes like even more big of a problem, then we will have all the problems with climate immigration, which will basically just make things much more challenging, and especially in parts of the world where cities are already quite hot. I think that would be also, or that are in coast areas next to the sea. So I think that's going to be very challenging. So I would say that it's very important nowadays to really monitor, like from cities, to really monitor these different risks much more intensively, my opinion.
Thank you, Stefania. Mariano? You're muted.
Thank you. I think that something what we can do in Latin American cities, they should start today and not wait or plan to, but start today. I think there are activities like measurement of different variables. Measurement, it's something that is needed, and we have to strengthen that up starting now. The generation of prognosis and start strengthening, and that is needed in different aspects in the creation of prognosis, and also involve different actors, specifically the society, in this problematic. I think those three tasks are highly needed, and I think we can do that in Latin America without any problem. So those are the three aspects that I consider that are concrete actions to achieve or start doing right now.
Thank you, Mariano. Camilo?
Hello, good morning in Latin America and good afternoon in Europe. On my behalf, I'm going to talk about coast cities because, as you already mentioned, my expertise and my experience have been in coast engineer. And as you know, over almost 70% of the population lives very close to coast areas, in which 10% of the population live 10 meters away from the sea. So we have a very huge amount of population that are exposed to these areas, and they are going to be affected with erosive processes and other type of processes. The challenges that these Latin American cities are going to have, in my opinion, is that they need to take more they need to collect more data, a continuous monitorization to prevent or predict what are the effects of or for the climate change.
Thank you, Camilo. The question is for all the panelists. Can you please tell us a little bit about any current projects currently in place in your organization's institutions in connection to smart cities and climate change? Let's start with Estefania.
Yes, actually
En
now.
realidad, ahora, actualmente,
Okay, now do you hear me?
Sí, ok, correcto, ya te escucho. Gracias.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, I was saying that it's more like around the projects of citizen participation and how you can help the behavior of people, of individual people, to have more sustainable activities and sustainable behavior. Yeah, that's basically from my side.
Thank you, Estefania. Mariano. You are on mute. There you go.
there is a small project that I would like to share, something that we are doing with a locality outside of Buenos Aires. I mean, it's not inside in the big metropolis of the city. There is a municipality that is very big, and they have a problematic of flooding that flood 3 or 4 times per year different areas. So we started a co-production strategy between the municipality, the place or the municipality is Kilmer, and the National Water National Institution and the local government and the hydrologist organization. We are approaching different analyses and generating different prognosis. So this is a initiative that has been going for 1.5 years or so, and we are based. The three actors are committed and share the knowledge in order to generate a knowledge for the management of those floodings that we already know that occur every year 3 or 4 times. So it is a very horizontal participation, and the civil defense from society is located in other areas of the local government, different areas of the services, and we are building in a different way from the one we were used to do it, where institutions used to go to a place and would say how everything was going to be done. Right now, it is a co-productive activity, and I think it's very interesting to highlight it in this type of problems.
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's hear from Jose Ignacio. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Hello, good morning to everyone. Good afternoon from those who are in the North Hemisphere. Complementing Juliana's presentation today, I am advising the Chilean Environmental Ministry, and my answer is related with the project that we are developing within the ministry. First, I want to mention that as a country, we have committed with a neutral and resilience goal for carbon with a law project that is being discussed in the Congress. And we are currently developing the long-term climatic strategy, which is an instrument given by the Paris Agreement. And understand that Chile already gave their contribution for 2020, and right now we are working on this long-term strategy that works with different sectors. There are 14 sectors from different ministries, from the public and private industry, mitigation strategies, and also adaptation strategies. And adaptation, I would like to mention something that an element that has been key in this last center, which is the elaboration of a climate risk atlas. Okay, so with the collaboration with the European Union, we were able to develop an atlas that covers the diverse sectors. It's a communal resolution atlas. So if we could have information of the current and future threats through climate projections and crossing that with exposition capability, sensitivity, we can know the risks that we have in the different territories in the present, but also in the future. So that has been a very important act in the adaptative strategies that we are using. That means we are taking information based on the science with a territorial approach. So in that way, we can plan the territories and be able to decrease or reduce the climate impacts in the countries. So that is a country that we have the platform already established. You can also go online and use it, because that is a platform that is very friendly, accessible, and the idea is for this platform to be able to help at a public level, but in a private level, to help plan the strategic planning in the countries, how to assume different areas, different aspects. So this is a first version of the platform that we are hoping to update it every 5 years, but definitely it's a very important precedent from our point of view in order to transform or move forward to those cities and also in the coastal areas.
Thank you, Jose Ignacio. Very interesting indeed. Camilo?
Hello, once again. In terms of the projects in the Environmental Hydraulic Institution, we are studying the water in every aspect. So we evaluate the cities and their threats in terms of contaminated water, salt water, and all of this type of water. The most representative projects that we have right now, I want to mentioned the initiative of sustainable and emerging cities that the Development Inter-American Bank started in a few years ago. In this institute, they were calculating the different threats such as erosion, and I had the opportunity to work in some projects in Latin American cities, for example, in Cumana City in Venezuela, in Santa Marta in the Colombian Caribbean, and in the city of Belize in Belize. And very recently, I'm working in this the in the areas of the Balearias zone in Spain and the Andalusia community. And a last project that I want to mention and that I'm also working is with the tourism ministry in Dominican Republic, also with the support of the development in an Inter-American Bank, and we evaluated some coastal areas and in the north area of the country, in the Terran Islands, we evaluated the problems in different spots where we have a very pronounced erosion, and we propose different ways to act that will allow to mitigate the effects of the climate change and a better development of the system.
Thank you, Camilo. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, how are you? So, well, first, good morning and good afternoon. We have a couple of projects that we are executing in our company currently. I cannot give too much detail because they are being executed right now and they are confidentiality topics. But there's a project where we are working in Peru, and along with two other companies, we are developing the early alarm system. And the interest part of this project is that it goes for a lot of population, and the project goes from the design of the systems for the population and the government up to the complete development of the structures, the changes, the purchase of lands. It involves the population, train the population in the use of these systems. And I think that is something very innovative that I never seen before. And it's a very big project because we are talking about hundreds of stations, and includes the communications, installation, sensors as well. Another project that we are also managing in Texas, United States, is that it goes, or it's a project along with the the transport ministry, and they are establishing a early mm, alarming system and flooding alert to monitor all the interaction with the roads, the streets. So it is very interesting because it has level and flow sensors, everything based in a software that is based on the cloud, and with easy access for the users despite of the place where they are. So those are the two projects where we are working right now.
Pretty incredible stuff. Thank you, Tomas. Maria Fernanda, good morning. The floor is yours.
Hello, good morning to everyone. To start, from the Antioquia governance, we declare the climate emergency state in 2020, February 2020. This is an act of responsibility with future generations, and that led us to come forward with the development plan that we have that has a period of time of 4 years across sectional actions in all the strategic lines of this plan, actions that take into account the things related to climate change. So we generated the creation of a climate um, seal that was represented in 60 of the programs of this plan that had actions that contribute to climate change.
However, included in this plan, it's important to mention that there are some spaces like Antioquia LED that looks to bring connectivity to rural areas and bring Wi-Fi hotspots and public lighting. Everything that has to do with LED lighting to reduce costs of managing and to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. So we also have the Cifra platform that tries to integrate information that is being used within the government so that we can have data collection system that allows us to take decisions in real time regarding the different communities. And I would also like to mention, to finish, a program that we have, which is the SAMA platform that looks to generate an early warning and information system for those risk situation regarding meteorological events. So we're doing an effort together with different institutions uh, so that we can have real-time data so that we can take the adequate decisions on time.
Thank you, Maria Fernanda. It's really wonderful to hear about all these amazing initiatives throughout the hemisphere. Stefan, I want to go back to you, maybe perhaps build a little bit upon your answer on some of the challenges, and maybe talk a little bit about what tools should Latin American cities incorporate to become responsive cities. How can they take advantage of technology to master the science of urban design in connection with smart cities?
I think the technology is there already. There's nothing that has to be developed even more. That's actually something that we, like, kind of a joke we always say in science. I mean, the technology is there. There's nothing else you can develop. The question is how you bring this technology together and how you make a very wise connection of different tools and monitoring systems and so on. And I think, I mean, that the idea of these responsive cities is that it is very important to involve the people. And I think a first approach was more like a crowdsourcing kind of a method, which is not really like it's not really involving the people, but it's more like taking information out of the people, which is shouldn't be the right way of doing it. So then a next step will be really to involve the people in the development, like teaching them about the different processes that the cities are having and discussing and the different processes for managing and developing new technology. So I think it's just, that's the key. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like really having and thinking about the citizens as people that can improve the methods and the different systems, rather than just people that are living in your city and then you just can only take out information from them but not really involving them. But I mean, to be honest, it's a very tricky it's a very tricky question or a very difficult way of doing it, because I mean, now that I'm doing it in more in a practical way, before it was more in science and we were theorizing a lot about it, but now that it's really practical, it's quite tricky to put in the same page everyone, like every different stakeholder, and at the same time taking into account the different needs of the people, and that if these needs are very like pain points or just like nice things to have. So it's very interesting actually, but I think in terms of technology, I mean, the technology is there. You just need to, the part you need to really trick or find out is how really to involve the people in a more efficient way.
Absolutely. Thank you, Stephanie. It actually, you're absolutely right about the fact that getting all stakeholders on board is now more important than ever, which leads me to my next question, and I'll be curious to hear from Jose Ignacio and Maria Fernanda. Can you tell me about technologies or programs, initiatives currently in place in your region that have been built or implemented, but in conjunction with the community? And also, if you can elaborate on the experience and the response from the community to any programs or technologies or initiatives that might have been or that are currently taking place.
Yeah. So in the case of the platform of the Atlas of the climate risks, so it was at the beginning, it was something that came from experts, from scientists. There were a lot of research centers that were involved. And there were a lot of experts in terms of climate and in the different sectors. And they were able to build the impact chains to assess these climate risks. So first, it was a very scientific work, very close, which is usually what universities usually use. So us, as the Ministry of Environment, we were key in involving more people in the work, in developing the platform. So we were nearly 300 people giving their input on different from different sectors. So not just from the scientists, but from the policymakers and the decision takers. So us as the Ministry of Environment, we would try to generate or to become a hub of communication between the research sector and the end users of the platform. However, so it's an initiative that comes from the top to bottom than from the bottom to the top. So one of the important challenges or the main challenges that we have is how can we reach sustainability on a local level? So we have the data. How do we use the data? That's the important part of the work that we're doing today. We're on the first stage in with workshops and training, so that we can start bringing and incorporating the new topics in the platform. So that way we can generate a second version or improvements on the platform, so that we can have a more complete platform, and it comes from the bottom to the top. So initially, the project was entirely addressed from the top to the bottom. And what we tried was to articulate the different stakeholders so that the project could start opening, so that it wouldn't just be an instrument, a tool that would be for the experts, so that it would have a more accessible language, that it would become more intuitive, so that the proper information could be given to the policymakers and to the decision takers on a more daily basis.
Thank you, Jose Ignacio. Mariana?
Well, let's say that from the Antioquia governorate regarding the climate risks, we had different goals. So the first was to set goals, and to share these discussions. So first we shared something that was called Unity for the Planet, which is a vehicle that tries to articulate the different stakeholders. So we know that the climate change is a global planet, and we know that the actions from a single institution, let's say, they're too small for such a big issue. So what we try to do is generate an alliance so that we can, as Jose Ignacio was saying, try to articulate the different stakeholders. So the government, the academics, and the civil society, so that everyone can contribute from their perspectives and from their stance with climate change. So let's say that in that alliance, we have more or less 48 different stakeholders from different groups, from the different sectors, from the academics, from state businesses to different private companies. So the idea is that we educate people. We're trying to educate people and have the topic on a day-to-day conversation, and that where people contribute in this to this alliance. We have a constant dialogue with the different communities and populations, so that we can um, instate the strategies in a more efficient way.
Thank you, Maria Fernanda. So to follow up that question, can both you and Jose Ignacio talk a little bit about the instruments or measures or laws, policies that have been implemented or that you plan to use to ensure that the sustainable development and urban development are compatible and that programs don't end up just brushed to the rug? In other words, that they're actually feasible and realized.
Well, yeah. So from the Ministry of Environment in Chile, we have an institutionality of climate change that we have built in, let's say, a cascade system. So we have national instruments or instruments that operate on a national level that set the guidelines regarding climate change. So as I was talking, the goals for greenhouse gas emissions. So we have, as I was saying, instruments that work on an international level. For example, the long-term strategy that we're developing right now. So we have plans or strategies that work on different sectors. There, for example, the sectors of agriculture, CDC, transport, mining, hydrology. And they have a national character, but on a certain level, you have to work it on different levels. And we have regional strategies. So we have the communal climate management. So it's like a cascade system. So it has a vertical integration and or as well as horizontal integration on different scales. So all of this taking into consideration the citizens' participation on each instrument, and when the instrument is placed for the use of the community, it acquires a specific character for that specific community and population. So it doesn't have to do with big guidelines, but it addresses day-to-day problematics, day-to-day issues. So as they were saying before, how people express on the different territories, what are the best definitions that we can get from the experiences, not just from the data gathered, but from the experience that the different territories and communities have, taken into consideration different variables, so the social variables, physical variables, with the goal of generating the most integrated system possible, and have an institutionality of the climate change that addresses the policies and the lawmaking. So for example, in the case of cities, we have a plan of city adaptation that considers the integration with the general laws of development, urbanizing, and construction. So it's a strategy that involves all the different instruments. We try to integrate all the different guidelines that integrates all the different stakeholders and all the different sectors.
Thank you, Jose Ignacio. Maria Fernanda, go ahead.
So yeah, thank you. So from our part, we're generating or orchestrating the different climate change planning strategies. So this node, it's a group of different stakeholders that take decisions at a regional level regarding everything that has to do with climate change. So what we're saying is that the different institutions, regard from the side of the government, we see that these institutions give their feedback and that we generate a political vision that promotes the integration of the different sectors regarding climate change. That way we can bring the civil society into these actions. So let's say that right now we're in the process of strengthening this instrument with the idea of giving continuity to the processes.
Thank you. Thank you to the other panelists for your patience. Now we're going to move into a little bit more of technical in-depth questions. So I'm going to start with you, Mariano. Can you please tell me a little bit about whether, well, let me go back. Weather patterns are becoming more extreme. There's high intensity storms and drought events becoming, your everyday thing. How are cities addressing flooding and drought? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
So the extreme climate events, we're seeing them every day in different parts of the world. And I think the focus of the cities should be in, for example, in terms of flooding. It's a threat that generates a big economical impact. So the way that to approach it historically has been from the infrastructure measurements. So we focus everything on big infrastructure or on different works. So it's important to know to make this knowledge available. But we also have to have a more creative approach and see where are the different measurements that we can take that are not on the part of infrastructure, because infrastructure is what is the traditional approach. So what I think is that we have to focus on the equation. The risk equation is already there. Latin America cities have high vulnerability indexes, so we have the information there. But one thing that we can work on is the reduction of emissions. So I think there's a breach, there's an open gap where we can work a lot that requires the input from many expertise. So everything from pronostication, from communication, from management. So I think the important thing is to reduce the exposition on people regarding these types of events. So it's something that it's necessary, and that something that we have to approach in a very creative way. It's not very clear how we can do it, but I think that we have to start thinking and having a dialogue with the population to see how facing a prognostic or facing a threat, how we can address these issues.
Thank you. And I'm actually, I have a couple of questions from the audience that I should probably follow up with. One of them is, and this is also to Camilo and Mariano. Can you talk a little bit about models that you use for modeling and decision making in relation to the effects of climate change in coastal cities?
So Camilo, you have the floor if you can help us with that. Yeah. Hello. So Mariano, do you want to answer first or do? No. I was so in coastal cities in Argentina, we don't have many big cities, coastal big cities, but it's something that worries. The storm areas and big waves are a concern because of the flooding effects. But it's a more because it's a more important threat. The flooding is something that it's understood, and from the numeric modeling that we do, we have the tools to approach this, and we have ways of getting to interesting results to address this issue. And now, from a expertise part, from a technical part, we need the follow up or the following, so that those results or those models turn into policies. So yeah, so complementing what Mariano is saying, is that to mitigate the impact of climate change, we need data to predict the future. So in order to predict the future, we need to know the history. We need to know what's happening right now. And in literature, we're finding all different kinds of models and numeric modelings. So we're facing, or we have tools that might be a very simplistic in terms of an instrument, that won't give us, or that can give us information of what's going to happen in a short term. But we also have very complex tools that can help us predict in the future very specifically what's going to happen on the coast. So on our side, we're developing different tools to get results in a more short term. So on my side, we're developing a tool that is being used on different cities around Latin America. And we know that in Europe, this tool gathers different models that allows to calculate on different scales. And well, it's a model that integrates data on different levels and also of the waves. And it's what's available from the latest literature, and it allows us to understand how the sea level is having an impact, and the waves are having an impact on coastal cities right now. That's what we're working right now.
Thank you, Camilo. I have another question from the audience. This question is from Cesar Augusto to Mariano and Tomas. Can you tell us what water quality probes are used in cities and air quality sensors? Do you have EPA? Mariano or Tomas?
So yeah, they made a correction in the question. So it's the quality of the water that are being used. So there are many. That depends on the applications that you're having on the field. So if there are different sensors for treatment or waste management plants, or it's different. There are many different sensors because you're using different physical chemical sensors for the different applications, and they are connected to different systems that are related to the control that are related to the output of the water. Now we can measure oxygen, water, green algae, bacteria. We can manage with the different factors that might have an impact on those bodies of water. So from my vision is directly on field. So if it's being done we have different sensors that are specific for the different bodies of waters. So we have different sensors for lakes, for rivers, for the ocean. what we have is multi-parametric sensors, where you have a sensors that integrate different parameters, and they depend on the relevance that the researchers and the scientists are using or taking into consideration. That depends on whether they need a broad set of data or specific data, different or specific parameters. We also have sensors that work with voice and that work on coastal um, parts, and they allow us to measure things like salinity. But what we know is that we have technologies that are very specific, are very for the different parameters. We have multi-parametric sensors. We have UV sensors, normal light sensors, chemical sensors. So for example, or the light sensors, you can use it depending on the area that you're working on. That will give you different measurements, other types of parameters, for example. And we work with, it all depends on the different parameters that the researchers want to work on.
Thank you, Tomas. I want to try to speed things along. So I have a couple more questions, and then I think we're done. The first one is to Mariano. How should companies handle this information that is being generated by public entities, considering they are one of the stakeholders that could implement actions for real change in cities?
I don't know if I understood really well. I don't know if you're talking about the tools, the instruments, the devices, or the data.
I think they're probably referring to the data based on how the question is written. How companies handle information that is being generated by public entities, considering that they are one of the stakeholders that could implement actions for real change in cities.
Well, yeah. So regarding the data policy management systems, specifically what I was talking about, which was the meteorological and hydrological systems. So we had an extraordinary Congress, and everything was regarding the policy of data management on the way on where, so that it's a more open policy that has into consideration the exchange of data. So that's something that is super interesting, because not only cities will be benefit, but it will give a more collaborative approach towards resolving the crises. It's a very necessary tool for any type of policy making.
Thank you, Mariano. And this question, I think is so important, and we talk a lot about this here in the United States. Is the question to address cultural factors. So the question is from Javier Hernan Figueroa. He's asking about, like, how do we weigh in cultural factors when we're trying to implement all of these wonderful plans, and we need to move forward and we need to make things happen. So if each one of you can just give a 10-second, 15-second answer, like, how do you, from your perspective, think we should factor, or are, what are your thoughts on culture as a factor to achieve smart cities? Let's start with Stephanie, and then we'll just go across real quick.
Well, culture is extremely important. I mean, that's why I mentioned before that every initiative that has to be developed by any city has to take into account the fact that it has to be a local initiative, a local project, that the culture, not only the culture, but also the different aspects of the citizens and the country have to be taken into consideration. So that's very, very important. And I think that goes in line with the whole idea of citizen participation. I mean, I think it's implicit when you involve people that you're also involving the culture, you're involving their needs, you're involving all the processes around that.
Thank you, Stefania. Mariano? 10 seconds.
Yeah, I agree with what Stefania says. I think we have to sit down and have a dialogue with the civil society. To have a knowledge exchange, co-produce it. There are the ways to incorporate these cultural factors. They need to be considered in all the different initiatives.
Thank you. Jose Ignacio.
Yeah, I agree with Mariano saying it's very important to develop the projects and to land these projects in a community. So I would like to mention that in the end, when we're talking from our side, from what I talked before, we're not only dealing with the threats regarding projection of the climate, but also with the characteristics of the different systems and how they are being threatened by this impact. So here, exposition, it's something that is very important. And the sensibility that has to do with adaptation and vulnerability. And there's where us from our institution, we're working on the fine details of the indicators so that we can precisely have work that is in line with reducing the vulnerability associated to climate change, with all the adjacent factors that this brings forth. So not just to have it to look at it from a climate perspective, but also from all the different factors that are around and that have an impact on our society.
Thank you, Jose Ignacio. And then we have Camilo, Tomas, and Maria. If you guys can give me your 10 seconds on culture.
Well, yeah, I agree with the rest of the panelists. Something that it's fundamental to have the citizen participation that involves all the cultural sectors. We must have educational programs, trainings, and workshops, because we need to reach a solution that is built from all the different perspectives. That's what I think.
Thank you, Camilo. Tomas.
Yeah, it's very important to educate the population and the community. We've had cases of people that have taken down stations thinking that they were being surveilled, or that they didn't understand what the measuring station was doing. So I think that education and information for the general population is something that is critical, so that they understand that is something for their benefit and that is not something negative. So I think that's a very clear example of how the lack of education and communication have a negative impact on the project.
Thank you, Tomas. Maria Fernanda.
Well, yeah. So I also agree with all the different panels. So the cultural aspects are very important. And as Thomas was saying, it's important to generate education, to educate, but it's also important to have a cultural feedback, so that it allows to take the best decisions. Because effectively, the people or the inhabitants, the people from the different communities and populations, are the ones that are going to be impacted by the project. And we have to take into consideration their experiences so that we can take those decisions.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, all of you, very much. I'll just quickly wrap up with saying, in conclusion, we need to focus on education. It's extremely important that we involve all stakeholders and that this is not a vacuum created at the top, that we appropriately utilize the available resources, not try to reinvent the wheel, that we foster and promote innovation, and that we continue the dialogue, collaboration. And in fact, I see that there's a call for an initiative to continue working together, which I think is wonderful. So with that, thank you so much to all the panelists, and thank you for all the questions. It's been a pleasure to learn from all of you, and I wish you all a wonderful. Juliana, floor is back.
Thank you for your answer and your expertise. We still have a couple of questions here that sadly we are going to leave for the end because we have to move with the next part of this workshop. So now we go and move forward with the third part of today's event where Felipe Quintero, John Byrne, Peter Ward, and John Griffiths are going to join us. Before we move with this third part, in the chat, you have a link from HighQuest Solution with the idea to generate the certificates. The assistance certificates will be given to the people who complete this form. So please complete the forms in case you are interested of getting your certificate. In regards with Veronica Castillo question from Kiser, we are going to solve that in a moment or later in her presentation. So now I invite Felipe Quintero. Felipe, welcome to this blog. Felipe is hydrologist in the Iowa Flood Center from Iowa University, and he is a research scientist from the same university. His research area includes a study the effects of global warming, the hydrological cycle, and how the climate change will influence the frequency of occurrence of floodings in the droughts. So I invite you, Felipe, to join us. Felipe, welcome. Good afternoon, good morning. Thank you, Juliana and Esfera Viva and Kissers for the invitation once again. I am going to share my screen. As Juliana mentioned, my name is Felipe Quintero. I work in the Iowa University. I'm a hydrologist and I work the floating specifically. And what I want to say or tell you today is a story that matches perfectly well what we just heard in the panel. These are application cases of the place where I work and I live in the Iowa state. We have been studying the impact of global warming in the floodings that are presented in the rural areas. And I want to show you very fast. I want to keep this presentation very fast to match the times. Where is Iowa located? I think this is a question that people ask a lot. It is located in the north center part of the United States. It is a region mainly with agriculture in the picture of the right side. It's a typical landscape that you can see when you drive in Iowa, anywhere in Iowa. Iowa has a low population, about 3 million of people, and that represents a low population in of the total population of the United States, because the vast majority of the population are in the bigger cities and the coastal cities. However, Iowa is a state that is key in the food production in the entire United States. It's a strategic state. 18% of maize or corn that is produced in the United States comes from Iowa. And this is not only for human consumption, but also to generate the food for the different cattle. Also, it is used for ethanol and biodiesel production. In fact, the state is the first producer of ethanol in the country. We produce 13% of soy. We have 35% of the cattle. And Iowa is very important. Of course, there are important cities in Iowa, and as many of the cities, they are next to our river. Iowa City is the city where I live, is the university city from this state. Des Moines is the capital of the state, the economic center of the state. And in this image is the image of Cedar Rapids, where is the industrial center of the state. Agro companies, and I put this image in particular because this is an image of a flooding that occurred in 2008 in the state, but affected mainly Cedars Rapids city. This disaster or this flood costed $6 million in affectation, not only in infrastructure, but also in the huge affectation in the different companies in the agricultural area in the entire state. And back in 2008 was the fifth worst natural disaster back then. And as Mariano said in the conversation, the floodings have a very important and in great impact. And those are one of the natural disasters that causes more harm, not only for the infrastructure issue, but also because the businesses and the economy, local businesses, many times they do not survive the impact of the floodings. People do not have the capability to rescue their businesses and go back to their feed. They don't have the capability to take back their economic engine, and that is what these topics have so much importance. Plus you add the type or the number of death that it can cause, and due to these floodings and this event from 2009, that's why Iowa Flow Center was created. It was a state initiative where it was decided that an academic team was going to study the floodings and the prognosis of those floodings. The center, it's located in the IIHR of the University of Iowa. This laboratory has been working for over 100 years in Iowa City. It's one of the well recognize laboratories from the United States. I'm going to share some stories of application cases that we have been doing in the Institute related with climate change and what are we doing to improve the life quality in the cities and mitigate the effects of climate change. One study that I was part of not long ago is that in that flooding from 2008, we wanted to measure what was the effect, the anthropogenic effect in that flooding in specific, and specifically in Cedar Rapids City that was more affected. So I'm gonna explain to you really fast. This slide, this graph shows the level in time of the water level. The orange level shows when the water overflows the river, and the black line shows the level observed in the river. 4 meters of the level of water already caused a flooding, and that flooding was 9.5 meters. That was something terrible. When we use hydrological and numerical numbers, and we use the radar information, our models are capable. This magenta line reproduce very with a lot of fidelity the magnitude and the time of the event. If we don't use observe but rather a climate knowledge for this event, this is going to be the result in the blue line that you can see. And you can see that the times don't match, but we do coincide in the magnitude of the peak. So having that model on those models, very well calibrated, we rest the component of increase of temperature caused by the anthropogenical effects. If let's say, for example, that we go back in time and we that effect that the planet is heating and the climate is changing from that moment on, and we do a simulation of how the weather could be without that anthropogenical effect, we will obtain something similar to the green line. Of course, a flooding event would have occurred, but not as dramatic as it was. And you can see that in the green line, which is the floating line, that we could have obtained without the hydropogenical effect. And the blue line is the one we observe. I'm not going to talk in detail about these studies, but in the slides later, you can see the detail of all these results. Here you can see more results. We have continued studying this issue, and we are finding that if we compare the future climate as a consequence of global warming, and we compare with today's climate, the monthly max flows will increase. This line here, the ax, the one represents that if there were not changes, all these values will be above one. But we are seeing that specifically in the beginning of the winter, those flow will increase. And that is due to the warming. And what we used to see as snow in the beginning of spring, we are going to see that as a liquid rain, and that will exacerbate the max flows and also the water volumes in the level. So now the question is, those maximum flows will create flooding, yes or not? So this type of graphic shows that. And once again, Ax 1 shows that below 1 there is no flooding, but above 1 it creates flooding. And in the current climate, many of those events will not generate flooding, but in the future climate, specifically in the spring months, we are going to see an increase of the number of events, flooding events, that will cause damage, and it is expected to be very high. This climate problem is very interesting for the transport department, as mentioned by Thomas. If these flooding events are going to continue occur in a more frequent way, it is possible that we are going to redesign the flow for the roads of the United States. And this also applies for any country in the world. We are studying, we are using climate simulations that are adapted or correct for the downscaling model. So they can be used in hydrological models, and we evaluated different scenarios. The emission of greenhouse gases, and we do that in specific period of time or future projections, and we are seeing that the precipitation might not change too much in volume in the future, but it will change the intensity of precipitation events. In regards of the increase of the temperature, it will also be more or higher in the time. As a consequence, we could use those simulations of time and temperature for the future to rebuild what are going to build the maximum future flows for the 21st century. And this information could be useful to recalculate the design of this structure and calculate new recounts. Those are specific cases, studies of climate change that we have developed in our center. But in the day-to-day, what can we do in order to be prepared when we face those floodings that are every day more frequent, I thought about an answer for this, and I would say access to more information. But listening to what Stefania was saying, I would have to complement this. It is not more information just because it is more information of a good quality for the general population and the people who needs to make decisions with those type of information. People needs to have more access to information that will allow them to be more prepared and make more decisions for these flooding events. What are we doing in the center? We are developing and installing level sensors that we put in the bridges, and that allow us to monitor in real time the level of the rivers anywhere in the state. In fact, the points, as the green points or the green dots, are the sensors networks from the state, the national, the federal official network, and the blue points are the points that our center has been installing in other areas of the state. And what we do is to focus mainly in those rivers that are not being monitored by the big national network, and we are providing information to all those communities that live down water to those rivers about the conditions of the flows of the rivers. And this information, it is being used, or it has free access for everybody, but it's use the people who live in the Iowa area to see in real time the information or the current information of the levels, so they are more prepared and answer better to any natural disaster. In fact, as a successful case, the example I show you about the flooding that occurred in Cedar Rapids in 2008, there was not so much access to information or prediction model for the floods, but in 2016 we had another flooding event, not as big as the previous one in 2008. The first one was 9.5 meters, but the one in 2016 was 8 meters. And thanks that Block Center had hydrological and information available, we were able to prevent to them and tell them to those cities along the river that this event of flooding was going to occur. We were able to do that with 3 or 4 days in advance to mitigate those floods of or those risks. So the everything was controlled within the areas of the rivers to control the situation. The businesses, in fact, were able to be more prepared and save themselves. In general, I think that is a return of the investment that is very big. This initiative of research in terms of flooding, the return of investment is very high compared with the damages that these floodings can cause that are very high. Here we can see again the models in real time, and our hydrological models report the next 5 days, the level that is expected in those areas of the river where you can see the main cities are located. This was the case of the application I wanted to show you and present to you. Thanks once again to Kister for the invitation. I hope you liked it. Felipe, thank you very much. Your presentation was very interesting. Here we go with very important data from that area that I wasn't aware that that happened there. Thank you very much. I invite you to leave the questions for Felipe in the chat that we are going to do at the end of today's session. Now, I invite the team from Kister. I'm going to introduce John Byrne, Peter, and John Griffins. John Byrne works with Kister, and his team develops technology to make the more smart these processes. Thanks to his training in math, John has developed many of the algorithms that the water systems use in their country. Now I'm going to introduce Peter. Peter, he is the founder and CEO of a company called Hydrological Services of America, which is part of Kister's group. He has over 20 years of experience as a provider for meteorological systems. And he has expert experience in the United States. He's manager of sales with hydrological and meteorological equipment, and also systems that collect data from water and telemetry. Peter, welcome here, and thanks for being here today with us.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, welcome to everybody and thank you for having me.
Peter, sorry, she's finishing introducing the team.
Okay.
Thank you. He was the pronouncer of the weather, and he started to work with Kister in the development area and sales. And John has been working in the last 3 years for an integral approach for smart cities. Peter, and I hand you the floor now. Thanks for being here today with us.
Okay, thank you. And you can hear me fine? Are you able to hear me fine?
Yes, we hear you perfectly well.
Okay, and you're able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to try and be as quick as possible. I'm going to talk today about our instruments, and although we are involved in the complete water cycle, from everything from snow to discharge to flow to level to rainfall, etc. Today I'm going to be focusing on water level.
Sorry, Peter, there's somebody speaking. Can you? The idea, yes. Peter, we are going to introduce first John and John because we are going to do the introduction through the projects that they are going to talk about to the solutions in instrument, and that is the final part that we want to listen, but we are going to do it in that order, please.
Okay.
Thanks for your...
Sure, I'll stop sharing.
No, I guess that leaves me. Yeah, and everybody see this screen?
We don't see your screen yet.
Do you see it now?
So I invite John to continue with your presentation.
Yep, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent, that's a very, very good start. Good morning or afternoon, everybody, and I hope you've got a coffee and you're ready to plow into this. So smart cities, which will lead very nicely into what Peter's about to say. So sorry about that, Peter, but here we go. So yeah, as you mentioned, meteorologists and climatologists, and kind of leading into a little bit of what Philippe says, let's have a look at some of the solutions that Kisters have come up with our partners. So everything that you see or I'm about to show you has either come from Kisters or is part of collaboration agreement with Kisters. So bear that in mind as we go through, and let's rattle on. So first off, I'm going to get you some stats straight off to you. So we are getting hotter, we're getting wetter, and we're getting drier. And I can see what you're thinking. That doesn't make too much sense. How can we be wetter and drier? But as kind of already explained in some of the other slides, what that actually means is there will be more water, but it's going to often come in heavier dumps. So heavy showers or heavy rain systems. And then what we're seeing is those rain systems moving away, and then it's staying dry for long periods of time. And that's just as the temperature heats up, there's more moisture in the air and things like that. So now that won't apply to everywhere, so there will be local differences. So you really need to have a look at this IPCC report and see what it says for your local area, really. So the thing to keep in mind here, you know, we're seeing 0.6 degrees Celsius range by 2050, and in the next kind of 80 years, 2 to 3 Celsius rise, just going as business as usual. So, and those of you who like sitting on the beach, look at that 1 meter sea level rise. So bear that in mind there as well. So on top of this kind of climate change that we're seeing, these are the big numbers also to be keeping an eye on. So, you know, currently at 7 billion, but by 21, we're expecting to be 16 billion. So a huge amount of increased population, which is going to put strain on existing infrastructure. And basically, we're going to need to find new solutions and new ways around things. And hopefully we can enlighten you today with some of that, some of the projects that we're going on. So first thing we need to do is we need to take action to combat the kind of climate change. We need to be able to do this, and we need to make decisions to be able to take that action. And to make those right decisions, we need a good understanding of what's happening. And to build that understanding, we need insight of how things are linking together. And to get that insight, we need the data. So we need to understand, crucially, what's happening. So this is where we start. So this is the wheel I'm going to take you through today, and I want you to remember this wheel, help it and visualize it and remember as we go around this. We're going to go data, insight, knowledge, decision, take action, and we're going to go round. Okay, so here we go. So first things first, Kisters, we've been around a good while, and this is kind of, we've been doing this a while. So back in 2007, a very good example here is Kisters worked with the Bureau of Meteorology in Australia, and basically what we did is we gathered the level data and the rain gauge data from 200 organizations across Australia. And then once we gathered all that data in kind of a lake for the BOM, or the Bureau of Meteorology here, to use, they were then able to enrich that data by adding other weather data layers to it. And they were able to understand how the drought was working, which areas were worse affected, and things like that. So the first thing's critical, getting all that data in one place. Here's another good example, which we did in Belgium. There's some work, again, a little dated, back in 2012. But this is actually a public site, which you can go onto and use that link there. But this is actually two agencies here working together, and they're combining their data sets here and combining how they set alarms, and they're providing that to the public. And why this is important is now that they're showing their alarms, they're taking some action on that data, and they're providing these alarms to the public. The public are able to react quickly. So I said London, I said smart city, so let's have a closer look at what we're doing here. So straight off, this is DataSphere. This is one of our new systems here, but what you're currently seeing on the right there is all of our environmental agency data in the UK. And first off, these are the levels and the rain gauges mapped out. And the kind of main thing here is we're not only just showing that data, we're working with other local authorities or local municipalities to add their data in here. And that's important because there's a lot of gaps, and we've heard of lots of different projects here being missed out. What we're encouraging here, and this is really, really important, is to share the data where possible. So here, the municipalities will add in their data and their sensors to this system, and the EA will return the data in kind. And therefore we can get much better knowledge share and better alarms and stuff. So let's have a look. So these are some of the sensors, and Peter's no doubt going to cover this, so I won't linger too long, but we've got a camera and a level sensor in here in different places across London. And what we're trying to show is this. So this is a live camera. This is a real site. And this is a kind of outlet from a nearby city. So it's draining the water away, taking it to our sewers and rivers. And what we're trying to avoid here is this situation. And in this situation, obviously, we can see the grates full, the water's coming over. And at this point, local houses would have been flooded, roads infrastructure would have been flooded. So what we first want to understand is, why did this happen? So we've identified this as a problem spot. What could have been done? And the first thing we do here is we have a look at the graph in DataSphere. And we can see that on this date, which is actually here, we can see it went from 10 millimeters to 80. And it did it very, very quickly in 2 to 3 hours. So this is a very key point. The only thing you take from this graph is that guy would not, or lady in this case, would not have had a chance to turn up at that site and do anything. That was a very fast response. So what could they have done? Is there anything they could have done in advance? So the first thing we do is we look at that site and we compare it using the Environment Agency data or the local authority data, and we start looking at different sets. So here we've got the rain gauge data from the Environment Agency, we've got a local river level, and we've also got the municipality data, and we see together that these spikes are aligned and they're aligned with this rain. And what we were able to do here is work out that 20 millimeters of rain caused this flooding. And why is that important? Well, because we're KISTers, so we also can handle some weather data. And this data comes from DTN and is viewed in this kind of HydroMaster portal. And what we've done here is we've enriched the data. So we've got the data now, we've built our understanding, and now we're beginning to create the knowledge and be able to take decisions. And how we're doing that is we now know that 20 millimeters caused flooding at that site. So we will then add that 20 millimeters as a kind of alarm in the to the weather data, and the weather data is able to see what weather's coming accurately, probably to about 2 or 3 days in advance. And that will give, and if you see down here, this little green one here, that will give a warning in orange or amber or red to tell someone that they need to react, and that can go to Teams or whatever. And that's basically how the system works at the moment. So that guy will go to that location and put sandbags down or try and protect that location. And here's the forecast data coming in. So what's that taken us? We got the data, we got the insight, we built our knowledge up by using different sets of data, and we were able to use alarms to help make a decision and take action. So that's what we're doing here. And we can keep going around that circle by building up more and more knowledge with using kind of post analysis features in either the DataSphere or HydroMaster or any of the other systems that we've got going. So why is this important? First off, we build up the data networks, we share data where possible, we validate that data, and that's also key because you need to know it's good data that you're operating with. Bad data, you don't want to be turning up a place where there's nothing happening. And we also need to keep that data secure. That's also key, as we see it more and more now in this kind of software-y world and cloud solutions, they need to be secure. So we build up our understanding and then we put alarms on so we can make decisions before an event. And these are the foundations required for a smart city. So it's important because everybody can see the same picture. We build knowledge to take action. And this is the key point now. We can identify where protective measures, and in the UK, we'd call them SUDs, which means sustainable drainage systems. Sorry for that, translator, hopefully that's okay. And these schemes are needed and where they could have the most impact. And we can identify what type of scheme may work best where. So, great, this is Amsterdam, just about make out in the background. And this is a classic urban environment. No doubt you've got them everywhere. So, what we're seeing here now is if a rainfall event happened here, that rain would be hitting straight on that urban area. So we've talked about heat raises and all of this now. So keep that in mind now. So the rain hits that tarmac, it immediately goes into our sewers or rivers, and that's going to create a bit of a surcharge when we get the rain because there's nothing stopping it. It's very, very quick and direct tarmac. So what can we do? Well, first off, one of the solutions that we've come across over here is we begin to put these kind of permavoid or tanks under the ground or in the ground. And basically what we're allowing now is water to go down through the grass or the pavement and soak up in those tanks effectively, which slowly release the water back to the river at a kind of at least a slower pace. And also we can use that water to wick back and keep things green. So we keep a little bit of water back, perhaps for droughts. So this now solution here, that this is actually a real solution. So the water is draining down now into that pavement below and into the grass and keeping everything green. And it's a much nicer view, so bear that in mind. And how we do this, that's a very simple example there. The water seeps down, slows through there, and it wicks back naturally through the soil. That's a slightly closer view of that. And this is happening now in London. So we see these tanks going in everywhere for bigger things. So we can run a double-decker bus over this kind of solution as well. And here's another one on roofs as well. So here we go. And here's a nice green roof. And this one's in Amsterdam. And so again, we're making things greener. We're inviting back the environment and we're slowing back the water. So everybody's winning. And these are kind of the numbers that we can get behind. So why is it important? A conventional roof is going to hold around 24 litres here, where once you put a bit of permavoid, and depending on the strength of the roof, it can be very thin or quite big, it can hold more and more. So max 50 litres or max 70. All of that water is being basically slowly released into the river rather all going in there at once. And that takes a big load of pressure off, especially if you've got it across the city. So that all said, we've got these tanks now going in on roofs and under the ground. Now, what if we can control those tanks? What if we could manage that water in a more sensible way? What if we could take the weather forecast, for example, and we know there's going to be heavy bursts and heavy rain. So as that heavy rain comes in, what if we could hold that back a bit for the drier periods? Now, these are the smart cities that I'm talking about. And I'm going to introduce you now to someone very special. And he's already had a slight introduction. But of course, you've heard that he's applied mathematician and he's head of data science at Kistas. But most importantly here, these conceptual algorithms and IT systems are used to keep large part of the Netherlands safe from floods through the smart controls of weirs, gates, and pumps. And he's leading a team here in Kistas to create the smart city approach. So I'm going to now say, Jorn, if you're willing to take over, and please share your screen.
Great, John, thank you very much. I'll try to share my screen. This will stop other screen sharing. Yes. Can you see my screen?
¿Pueden ver mi pantalla?
Yes. Yes, I can, Jorn.
Perfect. Very good, thank you. So, so we have a city here. Now suppose this is a classical city. So it's not smart. It's a classical city. Now, what would happen if an extreme rainstorm would hit it? Well, what would happen is that the rain would fall onto the streets here and onto the roofs, and it would flow off the roofs through the drain pipes to the urban drainage system. And if it's an intense rain shower, it would probably start to come out of the sewers and flood the streets. So that's what we definitely do not want to happen. So what if we had a water smart city? What would it look like? Well, a water smart city would consist of several components being superimposed onto the urban landscape. So there would be open air precipitation retention areas like this pond here, for example. There would be some means to regulate the water level inside the retention pond, for example, through the use of a small dam or adjustable weir. And there would be, as John has already shown, smart blue-green roof systems. So there would be, so the roofs would each have a certain degree of intelligence themselves, which would allow them to, the system to, as a whole, perform a certain dance when a rainstorm is forecasted. So what would happen if that intense storm we just spoke about would be forecasted is, first of all, the dam here would be opened, or the weir would be lowered to draw down the level of the pond here ahead of the rainstorm. Then in parallel or shortly after, the water stored underneath the green roofs would be released to create retention capacity for the incoming rainstorm. This water would be released into the surface water system. So the drawdown of the pond here needs to accommodate both the influx from the roofs as well as the water running off into it from the parkland here. And now what happens when the storm hits? So the peak of the storm is now stored inside the open air retention area and on the roofs. So if all is harmonized to work well together, then we no longer have urban flooding. So that's the ideal picture here, sort of the end goal for the water smart city. So over the next few slides, I'm going to dive a bit deeper into some of these various aspects. So let's start with a brief tour of the various elements. So we have the the blue-green smart roofs, which John already touched upon with the permavoid system shown here. And we have the open air retention areas working in harmony together. So technology-wise, the Water Smart City sits at the intersection of water management, obviously, forecasting, you need to see the rain shower coming ahead of time, and control, automated control of these various distributed assets. So that's where the smart city resides, at the intersection of these three fields. And in fact, supporting this intersection is our DataSphere Act product, which not only collects the sensor and forecasting data, but also provides control set points for the roofs, the retention areas, and the adjustable weirs. Now, what is the overarching operating principle here? So I already touched upon that in the let's call it the initial slide with the drawing of the city. But the principle is really the following. So imagine imagine that this rectangular area here is a tank. So a rooftop tank or an open air retention area. It's a tank. And let's now consider two virtual partitions of the volume in this tank. So let's consider the blue part of the tank. This is a volume which represents our retention capacity. So it's empty. It can hold water that rains down upon it. And there is a storage part which stores water for reuse. So there is a certain balancing game here. On the one hand, we want to have sufficient retention capacity that will allow us to absorb the peaks of those rain showers. But on the other hand, we also want to store as much water as possible for reuse, for irrigation purposes, for example. So there is that balancing game, and that requires a technological solution to do right. So DataSphere Act is a solution which does that optimization for you. So just to reiterate, so we care about the storm water retention because it allows us to peak shave the incoming rain showers, and thereby allows us to avoid or mitigate flooding of streets and therefore buildings. Now, why do we care about storage and reuse? We care about storage because it provides us with free water that we can use to irrigate green roofs and parkland. It allows us to reuse the water for street cleaning, for example, or for window cleaning, and any other purpose where you don't need entirely purified water. So if we now take this to the level of the smart town or smart city, so a small example here from the Netherlands, you would get as a municipality this type of overview where you get a map view where you see your various interconnected assets. So in this case, an adjustable weir is selected, and the system here shows that the weir level automatically adjusted to ensure the correct water levels inside this town. So this system, DataSphere Act, allows us to integrate these independent heterogeneous assets. These can be municipal buffers, open air buffers. They can be municipal smart roofs, smart tanks, smart streets, like John has shown. They can be privately owned smart roofs as well. This is the beauty of this platform, because it basically allows assets to be connected regardless of the ownership structure of the asset itself. So we can really integrate the public and the private here. And then the system provides the coordination between the assets. So every asset connects to DataSphere, and on DataSphere, by considering the system as a whole, optimizing it as a whole, and looking at the forecast as a whole, it can then provide set points to every connected asset, which every asset can then implement. And the more assets that are connected to the system, the more effective the city becomes as a whole. So it's kind of a there's a synergy game at work here. It doesn't end there with the the municipal view and municipal advantages. There is also a dashboard provided to the owners of the assets. So if you have a building and you get a smart roof installed, and you also get a dashboard which allows you to visualize the observed and forecasted water levels in your tank. So if we then take all this and we look at the case study to see what it can bring, we get some interesting potential out. So what we're looking at here is a study for this same town in the Netherlands I showed earlier. So in 2014, there was a major storm event which caused flooding of the urban area. So we see a photo here from what happened. And this plot then first of all captures or tries to capture the essence of what happened. So let me explain. So here on the horizontal axis we have time. So we see something happening around the 28th of July 2014. And here on the y-axis we have essentially a KPI or a measure of how bad the flooding is. It's basically a measure of the deviation from the desired water level in the town. And we see here this huge water level peak with the blue line. So this is a reconstruction of what happened in 2014. So we see flooding of more than 30 centimeters above target. Bear in mind, this is the Netherlands. Everything is flat, so 30 centimeters is a lot for us. And what we see in the other plots are sort of three variants of the optimized operation. And what we see here is that regardless of how exactly you do it, the fact that you optimize and you have these smart connected assets already gives you a reduction in peak water level of 50 to 60%. And in terms of centimeters, we're talking about 50 to 20 centimeters here. So this is in fact the difference between flooding and no flooding. So it's a nice example of how a smart city can really take you from a situation where you suffer from flooding to a situation where the incidence of the frequency of flooding is very much reduced. In addition to that, we also demonstrated certain cost savings here, but I think that's somewhat besides the point. So sounds great. Where to start? So we recommend to start with a single roof or a single buffer. Get the single tank online as a pilot, if you like, because once you have this single system online, you've walked the path once, you know how it works, and then you can start to build momentum through organic growth. Bring online one municipal asset after the other, and encourage private owners to bring their assets online as well. So to summarize, what does the Water Smart City gives you? It gives you flood resilience. It also gives you drought resilience because you buffer all this water. In fact, you buffer as much water as you can because of the optimized operation. So you have a lot more water available to keep your parks green, for instance. It allows you to reduce costs. It enables citizen participation, so citizens can bring their own roofs online and watch them make an impact. The city can grow back green. So because of all this additional irrigation water, which is being buffered on the roofs and the retention areas, you can expand your parkland, have green roofs, which make the city a much more attractive place to live. It helps push back climate change, and it also provides cooling in the urban environment. And the system, being a platform, allows you to start small, allows you to start very small, and then bank on this organic growth and grow. So yeah, we see that the smart city really is a win-win-win technology. So with that, I would like to complete this presentation. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jorn. And now we give the floor to Peter. So Peter, please, if you can start your presentation. So please leave your questions in the chat for your questions for Jorn and John. You can leave your questions in the, and John has been answering some of them in the chat, but all the questions for Felipe and Jorn and John, you can continue to write them in the chat. So we're a little short in time, but we're willing, we have the best disposition and the energy to listen to Peter. So welcome, Peter, and thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. So the floor is yours.
Okay, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, Peter, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had a mouse collapse. The battery went flat about 30 seconds ago, and I had to panic, find some batteries for it. So I'm just, I apologize. Of course, these things happen from time to time. And now I'm trying to scramble to get my PowerPoint to full screen. And I apologize. I don't know why it won't. It is set to full screen. Are you seeing it as full screen or not? Document recovery, that's why. Are you able to see my PowerPoint full screen, or is it showing?
No, it's not yet on full screen. We see
Yeah,
the PowerPoint, but it's not full screen.
Yeah, when the mouse failed, the PowerPoint locked up. I restarted it, and of course now it's not letting me go to full screen. Of course, this is typical, isn't it? It's always going to happen right at the. If anybody has any.
Peter, Juliana can share her screen. She can share your presentation if you want.
Yeah, we might do that. I mean, I added quite a few slides, but that's okay. We can run with. That's a real shame. I just don't know why that won't go to full screen. But it's, as you can see, it won't even PowerPoint won't even respond to my commands right now. So I guess I'll stop sharing. I'll stop sharing and I'll let. Is it Juliana's going to do it for me?
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, just when you're ready, Juliana, and I'll just say next when we need to move forward. Okay, so I'm going to have to be very quick too, because it seems like it would be a quick presentation, but it can be quite involved. So I'll try and make it quick and elegant if I can. We do a whole range of instrumentation. You can go next for the whole water cycle. This is hydrology, meteorology. It can be snow, cloud solutions, all of that. Next, please. I don't think she can hear me. Okay, thank you. And so today I'm going to be focusing on rainfall sensors for rainfall and water level. Next, please. I'm going to be focusing specifically to try and add some value for everybody today. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the kind of sensors there would be for level. I'm going to start with level sensors, water level. But I'm just going to talk about the frontline instruments and also a focus on the latest technology for you. And hopefully this will at least add some value. I'm going to talk about instruments that are frontline and not just the latest, but keep being modernized. Next. So this is the new generation of radar. Now, for those of you familiar, you will recognize radar as a frontline water level sensor technology. It is a relatively new still, although we might say 10 years, but in the water level market, that isn't that old. This is our brand new sensor though. This is now an 80 gigahertz sensor. It is much, much faster. It's smaller, it's lighter, it's cheaper, and it's just as accurate, if not more accurate. We have ranges up to 100 feet. The sensor can go completely underwater for several hours, and it produces data in just about any format we want. And if you look at the size of it, it also makes it very low visibility for urban environments, which is very desirable for a lot of customers. Next. The next one is a pressure sensor. This is a submersible pressure sensor, which a lot of you would be familiar with. This technology has been around for a very long time. The sensor can be stainless steel or titanium for salt water. It sits in the water column. It measures the pressure of the water acting on the cell and delivers that as a analog or digital output to a data logger or industrial system. Next. The sensor that I just showed you, they have an inherent weakness in that they require a fair bit of maintenance. They require periodic calibration, and they foul fairly easily. And if you're not very, very careful, you can damage them just even with a Q-tip cleaning the biofoul off them. We have a new generation sensor, which has a ceramic cell, and it's a specific measuring cell that uses 2 gold plates that push together. This system is now becoming popular because it has no drift. The typical one I showed you earlier has quite a lot of drift over time. So over several years, some agencies have to recalibrate every year. If you have 100 of these, 50, 100, 500, it's a huge amount of work. This new technology that we have now does not require calibration ever. It is completely linear. It has completely linear properties and does not drift. It also does not require desiccant, because these sensors are typically vented to atmosphere, which gives them a correction for any location installed on the planet. But this is a particularly interesting new technology that I wanted to share with you. Of course, the sensor can be connected to any type of industrial or data logger or RTU or any other data collection system. And John had shown some pictures of City of London where they've got some installed. Next, please. This is a bubbler system, which many of you would probably be familiar with. These are systems, the radar I showed you and the radar and the submersible sensor usually require some sort of structure to have them installed. Some sort of bridge or footbridge or some conduit or pipe or other type of installation support system. The reason that these bubblers are often used, although these can be attached to bridges and to many other ways you can mount them, but they also can be just put anywhere. So they aren't restricted by requiring a support structure. They can just go out on a pole on the bank of a river in the middle of nowhere with no support structures around, and the only piece of equipment that is in the water is a piece of plastic line. I probably don't have time to go into the technology of this, but put simply, you have a river line or an orifice line that goes down close to the bottom of the water column. This system pumps air at a continuous rate down into the water column, and that pressure of the water acting on that air that's coming out of that line is a representation of the head of water or the water level. And that's particularly how they work. The very, very important thing with these is that most systems use desiccant. It is not desirable, it's maintenance heavy, and it can cause data loss. Particularly, we don't subscribe to that, so we have an integrated drying system, which is the way we approach that. And we can do very long lines and very high heads of water, up to 50 meters. Next. Shaft encoder I won't spend too much time on, but for those of you who Yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar, this is, and once again, I apologize, the new presentation I had all the diagrams and photos and pictures of the installs, I apologize, but this basically is just a device that has a wheel. It's a magnetic, it's called a magnetic shaft encoder. It has a wheel with a cable or beaded line that hangs over that wheel or that pulley. It has a float on one side, a counterweight on the other, and as the water level rises and falls, the float rises and falls. And as that wheel turns, it drives a magnetic wheel inside, which is related to, then is related to water level and is output in 1 millimeter increments, extremely accurate. They're just not typically used as much these days because you have to have a structure such as a well, a stilling well, a pipe, or something where you can mount this. And this is a contact device. So we have something on top of the water and in the water in this case, such as the submersible, we have something in the water. And of course, the radar, the reason that the radar is now one of the most desirable instruments is because there's nothing in the water. It's contact free. Next. I wanted to talk about tipping bucket rain gauges, and this is a fairly critical issue. Relating back to John and to the other speakers, if you don't measure this parameter accurately, all of your modeling is off. And it's often regarded, this instrument around the world or with many people I talk to, as pretty much a dumb instrument. It's just a mechanical instrument. The bucket tips and it gives you an output such as, 0.2 millimeter or 0.5 millimeter, etc. per tip. And so it's regarded as just a fairly dumb device. Nothing could be further from the truth. Next, please. I want to tell you the difference between a siphoning tipping bucket rain gauge and a non-siphoning, or we would call it a corrected and an uncorrected gauge. These both have their application. The difference is that if you are in areas that have average very low rainfall, you do not have intense storms, and you don't really care about measuring. If you do get them, they're rare and you don't really care about measuring them accurately. However, with global warming, we are getting far more often these microbursts that dump immense amounts of rain in a short period of time that cause flooding. And so this is a very, very important conversation or point I want to make. And I go around teaching this to meteorologists all over the world, and it is so little understood. So when you have a rain gauge, as you can see, you have a bucket that tips when a certain amount of water is in one side of the bucket. That has to be set. What volume of water is going to make that tip? But because a tipping bucket gauge moves on an axle and it moves through an arc, as water enters the bucket and at the point with which the bucket begins to tip, water is still entering the bucket. And so as it moves through the arc, there is water still entering, and that is not counted. It goes through the rain gauge, but it is not measured. And if you look at WMO studies, they will often say that tipping bucket rain gauges notoriously underreport. This is the reason. It's called loss. And it is negligible at low rainfall rates. It is not important. And we have a set of gauges, as do others, that will measure incredibly accurately down to, say, around about the 2 inches, say 50 millimeters an hour mark, very accurately. But if you start to get these microbursts that go up far higher, you are going to get some severe inaccuracy. Next. What we do in as I said, we have both of these type of gauges, but what we do is that we don't set it at a theoretical value to tip. We set it at what we call a practical value. So just as, without getting too mathematical, for example, in this case, this is a US gauge. If a bucket normally would tip at 6.28 milliliters of water, what we do is we under-burette that. We under-burette that to about 5.2 in this case. And then as the bucket tips through its arc, if it tips at 5.2, by the time it finishes tipping, it will hold more rain and therefore it will accurately measure. So this is the difference between a uncorrected and a corrected gauge. The practical value and the theoretical value are kind of inconsequential to a user. It's more important for a user to understand where they would apply this different types of technology. And this is possible because what we do is we have what's called a siphon, and that water enters that siphon and it discharges a constant velocity. So the gauge in a siphoning gauge does not care whether it's raining at 10 millimeters an hour or 500 millimeters an hour. It will always discharge at the same rate. Therefore, we always can control the loss. Next. This is something that we would talk to people about, and how would a customer go about selecting a rain gauge? How would they know about this, or what questions could we ask them to help them? So these would be, what are the local rainfall characteristics? Now, for us in the US, we can have this data readily available from the National Weather Service, but determine the return frequency of these, heavy events. So what are your local rainfall events? How often do they return? How heavy they are? And then the next one would be, what performance level is acceptable? WMO has a recommended accuracy of plus or minus 5%. Many Met authorities don't accept that. We typically adhere to a plus or minus 2%. And then what is the return frequency? Are you interested in hydraulic modeling? Are you interested in 100 year for stormwater applications? Are you interested in 1,000 years? So these questions that we can ask a customer inform the decision about whether you need to go, or whether you're best served by an uncorrected gauge, non-siphoning, or a corrected gauge, such as a siphoning. Next, please. This is just showing how we can plot. This is just an analysis of local rainfall in Washington, D.C., where we did a study. This is comparing our TB3 siphoning gauge with our TB6 non-siphoning. And pardon me, on the y-axis on the left, you can see we have an uncertainty. The gray band is the WMO 5%. And you can see that we have just below the text that says rainfall in a range for various return frequencies. That's in years. But what we can see from this is that we can analyze and show, when somebody provides the data, what the data is going to look like over a return period of time, and given a certain intensity, what accuracy they will get. Next, please. I just was going to mention that all of these sensors that we would use for environmental, or for rain and water level collection, whether they be municipal or statewide or countrywide, there are many turnkey solutions. This example here is literally just a rain gauge with a battery and a data logger that sends its data out over 4G straight to a customer's FTP, or populates straight to our DataSphere product or to the customer's own site. And these now are becoming so useful because they provide real-time mission-critical data. Nobody has to go to the site to collect data, and I'm sure most of you are aware of that. So all of these instruments now, these new generation, and along with the data loggers and our DataSphere product and others, allow this data to be seamless, sent anywhere, anytime, in real time, to any device, be it a cell phone, a tablet, a computer, a video wall. And this is really changing the landscape for customers, because ultimately the sensor is just measuring. What we're really interested in is the data. We need high quality data, and we need it fast. And this is turnkey, the advantage of these turnkey solutions. Next, please. And that's it. I'm sorry, this was quite a bit shorter than my previous one. But I hope that was useful. There are some really exciting new technologies. The radar technology is awesome. We do have other instruments for discharge flow and similar. But for my part of it today, I was focused on rain and water level. Thank you.
So thank you, Peter, for your presentation. It was very interesting. We've seen that there are some questions for John and Jorn. So, well, Felipe is telling me that he has received a lot of questions through the chat. And I would like to ask Felipe as well as Peter, John, and Jorn, if you've had experiences in Latin American cities that you can tell us about.
Well, from my side, no, and Jorn's gone, so I don't know. I don't know if Jorn's got the would have been a better person to ask. But at the moment, for me, I've been concentrating really in the UK and the surrounding areas. But it's something that we're very excited to see kind of go globally. But no, at the moment, there you go.
I could make a comment. We did a project for tsunami in Brazil, which involves over 2,000 rain gauges across the country, which telemeter in real time to a very, very large video wall where they can, with cameras, where they can actually watch, based on rainfall, watch floods developing and evacuate people. It's a more mechanical system than perhaps some other countries, but it's very, very, very slick. It's real time. And it's a wonderful, wonderful system that they've set up across the country to save lives. It was implemented about 5-6 years ago by Tsunami, and it's an example of taking an instrument like a rain gauge, matching it with modern technology, with telemetry, and providing decision support in real time to save lives. And I think it's a wonderful project.
Yeah, Juliana, as well. No, our groups, we haven't had the opportunity to work in Latin America. We've been, yes, also limited because of finance, because our resources come from state funds and we're limited to work only for Iowa State. So now that you're mentioning that, yeah, Felipe, there's another question, which is, how is that a relationship between the university and the state government? Because it goes hand in hand. Because in Latin America, whenever a university develops a project for the government, it's not that bond. It's not a bond that is so strong. Can you tell us a bit of how it is in your state? Well, yeah. No, the truth is that it is a very particular situation, because the state government acknowledges the necessity for a center, a research center that is focused entirely on this topic, because they've learned, they learn it the hard way because of the costs and the implications that it has. Let's say that our academic center is one of the few academic centers that has an exclusive purpose, or it's entirely focused on this. I know that there are other initiatives in other states where they get funds, important funds from the state. I think in North Carolina and in other regions, but is not something that is very common. It's not very common that there's a government or an exclusive funding from the state for the university. So fortunately, the Flood Center was set up in 2009, and it's been a very positive experience that has proven to give results. So I would like to ask John. We have a question, which is,
Here.
when we change the roof systems in buildings, that represents a big challenge. How can we promote or give a thrust to this from the part of, let's say, the governments, or do you know any experiences of how this could be scaled?
Yeah, really, really good question. So this was one of the questions that 3 years ago, we questioned effectively, that like, how do we get around this? So firstly, we have specialist engineers, which I mentioned in the group. And these specialist engineers, we've partnered with them, and they go around the UK, and so there'd be other ones for different countries, and they would say what weight that can take. Secondly, we've then partnered with someone else as well, who create those very thin permavoid tanks. And those tanks are very, very thin. So firstly, for existing kind of infrastructure, usually we can work within the limits of what we've got. For new infrastructure, or for perhaps retrofitting a roof which can have this technology, we've seen it done two ways. So firstly, a good way to do it would be, in this case, it would depend who wants to own it. So firstly, you've got far better, in the UK, you get far better bonus, as it were, if your building is greener. So you've got a better chance of winning, and that's something perhaps that should be looked at a governmental level. But you've got a better chance of winning to create your building if it has an emphasis on being green, and if it has an emphasis on being more climate friendly, or better for the climate, or better for the environment. In urban villages, especially London, we're not very green at the moment. So the ability to kind of retrofit or make new roofs green, that's a big thing for us, because we have that huge urban heat island as well. So we need to mitigate that. So that's one way. The other way is, what we've also found is the drainage boards are also very keen. So they might help a developer. And what they do this in two ways. They can either help fund a bit towards the roof. And why they might do this, for two reasons. First off, they get an asset, which eventually, if they link it with lots of other assets, they can have another kind of a control of more water, which is entering their sewers. And the other way they do this is this kind of, the sewer operator in this case will say, okay, if you don't put so much water into our sewers for a given event, we will give you a reduced cost on what you have to pay us for putting water into our sewer, because you're not going to be putting in so much. So the water utility also kind of, in this case, gives them that incentive, and everybody kind of wins, because the water utility, they get effectively an asset which they can control, to even help clear sewers. If it's particularly dry and you get build up in the sewers, you might want to clean those sewers out. Then you can potentially use some of that water, or for reuse. So we've got this going into sports pitches as well, so we can handle huge amounts of water. So these assets become important for the water utility. Hopefully that's some example of kind of governmental side, and also the water utility giving help and aid for developers. Any other questions?
So yeah, that's fantastic. I think it's very important to take these examples into consideration, to implement them in the government models and in governance, especially in Latin America. So another question that you've already answered in the chat, but maybe you can expand a little bit. Is it possible to extend this tank design for, let's say, under highways, especially where we have that have a lot of mountains and that have very steep terrain? Have you had experiences with working with this terrain?
Yes. So this is a very key one. So perhaps not the steep terrain, but very, very heavily used roads. So the picture that you saw there is actually a main road in London, and would handle the main lorries and all the buses. So fairly good amounts of weight going through, and classic city. It has a lot of weight on it for most portions of the day. So they're very, very heavily used roads. And under these roads are these kind of permavoid blocks that we've got going in. And they would control or slow that water. Those technically aren't smart at the moment, but they can be made smart. So that's where it starts getting more and more interesting, because as I said, if you can start hooking up, say, some of Yawn's optimization, so it connects, you can effectively use that as an underground, a little bit, kind of a water reserve. And potentially you may need that cleaned, but you could use it for that water for other purposes, or water harvesting. But But yes, we do have it under the roads.
Okay, so thank you very much. And just to finish, I think that it's a question that the people from Kisters already answered, but maybe one of you can clarify. And the question is, what's the point of having so many sensors if the data is not open and they're not connected to the Internet of Things? So you already have given the answer, but maybe you can clarify this concept more to finish this workshop.
I mean, I know Peter's going to want to end, so I'm going to add my bit in and then let Peter go for it, I'm guessing. But I'm going to say it's absolutely critical, as in my presentation, that data must be validated and shared. It must be shared. Otherwise, if we're giving some people the alarms but not others, we're hurting ourselves. So realistically, the platforms that we're building now at Kisters are to facilitate that sharing. It's absolutely critical. And it's something really we see going forward. So if it's a university, if it's a environmental agency, if it's a local authority, it does not matter. If they can, we can give them the ability to share that data and to show it in the same graphs and enable them to analyze that data. And without those sensors going in, we don't know what's happening, and that's the big thing. We can't build that knowledge. We can't make any effective decisions. So that's where I'll leave it. And I know Peter's got probably a better word to say, so I'll hand over.
I don't know, pardon me, I don't know about better, John, but density of instrumentation is obviously critical. You have to measure in the places that you need to measure, and that has to be defined in order, because that determines the quality of the data. But then if the data is brought to, this is the turnkey solution model, of course, where the data is telemetered to a central location. And in our case, then that data can be dispersed across multiple organizations. So not every separate organization has to spend all the money on its own sensors. So it's the sharing, it's the density of instruments, the quality, the accuracy of the instruments, location of the instruments, and the sharing of the data in the format that those or other organizations would like to see mission critical data that can be acted on. And the ability to be able to provide not only central locations with the data, but to have those set so that field people and technicians and emergency response people can receive notifications in real time on their cell phones and etc. just makes this just so much more fluid, and responses so much better than we've ever had before. So I hope that helps answer the question.
Oh, thank you, Peter. And just to close, there's a question that says, why not use the wireless HART or the ISA 100 and have the advantages of IIoT? It's a little technical, but yeah, we would like to close with that.
I would just say, why don't we use it? I mean, I think that's fine. I mean, our new systems at Kisters can bring in that data and can show it alongside other data forms. So for my point, if it's there, if it's available, which was just writing, if it's available, we can include it. So in the UK, we do include this data from, say, the Environment Agency and other organisations where it's put up or free. But I'll let Peter carry on again with perhaps the more technical side.
No, I would just add that, such as the huge Texas project we're doing, where we're pushing data, bringing not only our data, but then integrating many other forms of data, US Geological Service data, National Weather Service data, and then pushing that to the National Water Center, which then can flood forecast across the United States. So the platforms that we can do and offer, and others would really do require that data can be shared and combined with with other data to give a far, far bigger picture than just having a few of your own sensors. And I think that's the power of the products like DataSphere, cloud support solutions.
Okay, so thank you very much. So yeah, John answered the last question through the chat, and this is a quick reminder. Just fill in the form that was set up on the chat so that we can give you the certificate of assistance. We will be sending you the link for the recording in YouTube so that you can share it. I thank you, all of you, for joining us. And before closing, I would like to give the floor to Thomas Stepke so that he can give a closing words. So go ahead, Thomas. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon for everyone right now. So I would like to thank everyone that participated in the event, everyone that were here joining us in these 4 hours. Thank you for the interest. To close, I would just like to comment that we've heard in all the presentations from all the speakers, the management of a city is based on data recollection. You cannot take a decision without measuring. You cannot use the indicators if you're not able to measure. And in all that measuring process, you need the technology. And that technology is more advanced than 10 years ago. Technology is becoming, every time it becomes, produces sensors and instruments that are smaller, that can be better integrated to the structures of the city. We have sensors, every kind of sensor, and all those solutions. For instance, the instruments that measure quality of air, quality of water, all those systems are available in the market. We have them at your disposal. So if any of you have an interest, a particular interest, you can contact the HighQuest team. So once again, thank you for your patience and for your participation, and have a nice day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you again to everyone, to all the participants. And with this, we finish this workshop. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day. Have a lovely week. And we hope to see you in further events. You can follow Kisters Latams and Esfera Viva in their social media. And greetings to everyone, and bye.